There are times when people focus on their similarities and times when they focus on their differences. In these years, many people globally are preoccupied with their historical, cultural and religious differences. But we must never forget that no matter what, there is something we all have in common. We all recognize violations of human rights when we see them. And that is because it is inherently human to want safety and security, justice and freedom of speech, and to be treated with dignity and respect. That is the essence of human rights. On December 10th, the new Democracy Fund, together with the Andrei Sakharov Research Center on Democratic Development, mark UN's International Human Rights Day with a conference. Right here in the heart of the Danish democracy in Copenhagen. The conference is also a tribute to the Russian Nobel Peace Prize winner Andrei Sakharov. His legacy will be honored at the 11th International Sakharov Conference in Copenhagen. Join us when we, together with a lineup of acclaimed international speakers, invite you for this important dialogue on human rights. My name is Anna Libak and I will be your moderator at the conference in the Danish Parliament on December 10th. We very much hope to see you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests from near and abroad. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 11th International Sakharov Conference on Human Rights. My name is Mogens Jensen. I'm a member of the Danish Parliament for the Social Democratic Party. I've worked for many years here in the Parliament with human rights, but also as a long-standing member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. My colleague Bertel Haarder from the Liberal Party of Denmark was also supposed to have been here today, but unfortunately he had to pass due to Corona. I was honored by the invitation for hosting the 11th International Sakharov Conference. Not only is the 11th conference a truly historic event, today we are also addressing an ever important issue, the universal importance and validity of human rights. We are gathered in the Danish Parliament, Christiansborg Palace. This room is named the Common Room, or Fællessalen in Danish. From 1849 to 1953, when the Danish government or parliament was organized in two houses here in Christiansborg, in a bicameral system, this room was the place where the two houses would meet to discuss matters of concern and hopefully agree. In other words, the history of this room is part of the history of the Danish democracy, and it's an example on how a democratic dialogue has been practiced throughout our history. I believe this history has a great symbolic value that is a perfect setting for the conference today. At the core of our democracy is human rights, and the cause for human rights transcends our normal political differences. I will be short, so finally, I had the pleasure of introducing you to the moderator of the conference today, Anna Libak. Anna is the foreign editor of the Danish weekly in Danish Weekend Avisen. She is also well known in the Danish public as a commentator, writer, and an acclaimed foreign policy expert with in-depth knowledge on Russia and Eastern Europe. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm applause for Anna Libak.
Thank you very much. What an introduction. And I would as well, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, like to welcome you all to the 11th International Sakharov Conference. And I'm actually relieved to see that so many people defied the coronavirus and showed up, because though we are happy that this is an online conference, a living audience is encouraging, simply. And we have indeed a lot to celebrate today. December 10th is, as you know, the UN International Day for Human Rights. And we also commemorate the centenary birth anniversary of Nobel Peace Prize winner Andrei Sakharov, who is one of the great human rights champions in history. And it is my privilege as a moderator to guide you through our program. It consists of 3 sections. The first section will set the scene by outlining the historical background and relevance of the Sakharov conferences. And among the prominent speakers in the first session, we can look forward to listening to Sachina, Yankelivis, stepdaughter of Andrei Sakharov, and also to former President of Federal Germany, Joachim Gauck. And after a short break, we will look into the 2 main topics of today's conference. The first topic that we will address before lunch is the psychological consequences of state repression. And this session features a number of internationally renowned speakers and experts. At around 12:40, if I manage to keep the time, we will break for lunch. And actually, I have brought a little bell, and I will not hesitate to ring it gently if a speaker exceeds the allotted time. After lunch, we will focus on the second main topic of today's conference, namely censorship and freedom of speech. And again, you can look forward to several interesting interventions, specifically targeting the conditions of journalists. At the end of the day, at around 4 o'clock, we will ask some of the speakers to share with us what made the biggest impression on them during the day. And finally, I would like to recognize the people following this conference online as far away as from Ukraine, Georgia, Lithuania, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and possibly many other countries. A warm welcome to you too. But the first speaker on the podium, I would like to give the word to Camilla Mordhorst. Mordhorst is the head of the New Democracy Steering Group, and the New Democracy Fund has taken the initiative to this conference together with the Andrei Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development. And behind New Democracy Fund is a consortium of 5 Danish organizations: Danish Cultural Institute, Danish Industry, Danish Youth Council, International Media Support, and FreeF, the United Federation of Danish Workers. And kudos to them, because together they aim to strengthen civil society in the Eastern European neighborhood countries. They do that with a joint commitment to promoting human rights. Camilla, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. Your Excellencies, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. On behalf of the New Democracy Fund, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 11th International Sakharov Conference. I have personally looked much forward to this special day. Today, we start a new dialogue about human rights challenges. Today, we mark the UN International Day of Human Rights, and today, we commemorate the 100 years birth of Andrei Sakharov. Before we begin, I have a number of people I would like to thank. First and foremost, a warm thank to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Viste Foundation for the support of this conference. And thank you also to our host, Mogens Jensen, we just have heard, and Bertel Haarder. I could think of no better place, as Mogens addressed, for us to be than in this Danish Parliament. A warm thank also to the speakers that are with us today. You have all traveled from very different countries: Russia, Georgia, Germany, Poland, Azerbaijan, to name a few. Despite your different nationalities, you do have one very important thing in common. You have all dedicated your life to the protection and strengthening of human rights. Finally, a special thank you to the Andrei Sakharov Center for Democratic Development, who have assisted in the planning of this conference. Thank you for an outstanding partnership. This conference is only possible because of your dedication and hard work. When I grew up, Andrei Sakharov was already an international icon. During this time, the Cold War divided the world in two. No matter what side you were on, people understood the world as us versus them. Sakharov was one of the first voices who dared to say we. He insisted that human rights are universal, not a privilege reserved only for one side in a conflict between two worldviews. I think we can hardly understand the courage it took to express that viewpoint at that time, to say we, in a world that was divided in good and bad, east and west, black and white. And because of his courage, we honor Sakharov to this day. The famous poet T.S. Eliot wrote, "Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. And courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen." I believe that the cause for human rights require that we all show courage in both of these ways. It is our duty to speak up when we witness injustice and violation of human rights. But only when we try to understand each other are we really able to find solutions to these challenges. Only then we can create a real impact. I stand here today on behalf of the New Democracy Fund. In the New Democracy Fund, we work to strengthen civil society in Europe and neighbors to the east. We do this in collaboration with more than 111 civil society organizations in this region. These organizations reflect the color and manifold landscape that civil society is. From regional member-based labor union representing 100,000 of members in industrialized sectors, to small expert-based cultural organizations working together in international networks. Even though that we are different, we share many things. One of them being a joint commitment to human rights. It means that every activity is planned with consideration to human rights. It means that we insist on an ongoing dialogue on human rights with our partners and other civil society organizations. And of course, it means zero tolerance towards attempts to compromise human rights as a universal claim for all human beings. Sadly, human rights continue to be contested both within the borders of Europe and from our neighbors to the east. Recent tension in countries such as Belarus or Azerbaijan are harsh proof that we cannot take human rights for granted. They are fragile to the power of authoritarian regimes, and they tend to be compromised by worldviews reduced to us versus them, good versus evil. Of course, we cannot solve any of these problems today, but together we can take an important step and start a dialogue about human rights and insist that this dialogue concerns us all. So today I want you to show courage. I want you to speak up about human rights violations. And I want you to share your perspectives about what we can do to counter these challenges together. I also want you to sit down and listen to the speakers at the program today. And I want you to stay open towards other perspectives than our own. With these words, welcome to the conference.
Thank you very much to Camilla Mordhorst, head of the New Democracy Fund Steering Group. And the next speaker I would like to introduce is Jeppe Kofod, the Danish Minister for Foreign Affairs. Jeppe Kofod has been in office since July 2019, but for many years before he became a minister, as a parliamentarian, he was known for taking a special interest in the Eastern neighborhood countries. I personally recall traveling with him to Belarus, where he fearlessly entered a coal mine deep under the ground. I didn't myself have the courage to speak with the workers. Like today, Lukashenko was also in power at that time, But and the opposition likewise was brutally persecuted. But the main difference from today is that at that time the opposition was confined to a narrow circle of people. Today, it seems to me, most of the population wants to get rid of Lukashenko. Please welcome our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jeppe Kofod.
Well, thank you so much, Anna, and you made me think about our trip together in the eastern part of Europe it was back in the winter of 1998, so it was a while ago when I was a very young activist at the time, and we visited Ukraine and Belarus, and I still remember when we were taking the train from Kiev to Minsk, and we were stopped during the night in the border, and there was border guards coming into the train, and I didn't speak Russian, but Anna, she helped me because, and the other of the delegation, to clarify that we have a legal purpose to enter into Belarus at the time. So just to say that thank you so much for the kind words, and also for my part, this is something which is personally very important to me, to fight for dignity, for human rights in Europe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year we commemorate the birth of Andrei Sakharov 100 years ago. And also on this special day, the 10th of December, we are celebrating human rights all over the world. I think it's a very special day. It is very important for me to emphasize Sakharov's global reach, what he did to promote peace and dialogue between people and nation. Zakharov was a great writer, of course. He was a human rights activist and a Soviet dissident. He had a major impact on the relations between East and West, both during and after the Cold War. He brought the two blocs closer and contributed to our joint understanding of human rights and fundamental freedoms. He upheld the principles of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. These are principles I find essential also in conducting a value-based foreign policy. The very first Sakharov hearing was launched at this place in 1975. It followed the signing of the Helsinki Accord, provided the 10 principles for guiding relations between, at that time, the 35 signatory states, from Vancouver to Vladivostok, and including most of Europe. These principles, including the respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms, equal rights, self-determination of peoples, provided the basis for Andrei Sakharov's literary writings and also social activism. A few months after the first Sakharov hearing here in Copenhagen, Andrei Sakharov was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of the importance of his cause to humanity. To quote from the reasoning, he, and I quote, has emphasized that man's inviolable rights provide the only safe foundation for genuine and enduring international cooperation. Today, almost 50 years later, we are reviving the Helsinki spirit at this historical location. We have progressed a lot since then. The Berlin Wall has fallen, democratic space has expanded, and civil liberties has been gained, but significant challenges yet remain. And authoritarian forces seem to be on the rise. At the border of Europe, the countries in the eastern neighborhood region are once again at a crossroad. They were at the front line when the Iron Curtain was drawn aside. Today, these countries are at a decisive stage in determining their future. In several of these nations, ordinary citizens face hardship due to authoritarianism, repression, and censorship, while in others, advances are steadily being made to improve the life and well-being of their citizens. We need only to look at the most recent developments to see the challenges that remain, but also the potential rewards. In Moldova, we have a unique window of opportunity with a pro-European leadership, not only at the presidential but also at the governmental and parliamentary level. Moldova will need European and international support to implement its ambitious reform agenda, and doing so not only swiftly but also with the necessary attention to detail. In Ukraine, we are pleased to see that reforms are well underway in spite of bumps on the road, but here too, tackling corruption remains a major obstacle. In Belarus, we have been witness to more than 16 months of civil society and media suppression, a regime showing blatant disregard of human rights of its own people, and an attempt at destabilizing the EU's external borders on the backs of innocent men, women, and children from third countries. In Russia, the crackdown on civil society, independent media, and NGOs continues at an increasing speed. The latest sad example is the extremely disappointing dismantling of the renowned international civil rights organization Memorial. It's against this backdrop, and in the spirit of Zakharov's legacy and his call for democratization and rule of law, that Denmark is supporting the path of Eastern European countries towards liberal reforms. The peace and prosperity of this region is linked to the well-being of Europe itself. By promoting human rights, democracy, and liberal reforms, we are striving to include this region in the European value-based order. Progressive and inclusive societal development in these countries is the best recipe for resilience against subversive activity by authoritarian forces. Soon we will launch the next 5 years phase of the Danish Eastern Neighborhood Program. We will continue to promote the region's European inclusion and strengthening our bilateral ties. We do this through cooperation in key areas, including support to civil society, democracy, and to green and sustainable growth. Last year, I decided to establish the new Democracy Fund as a flagship initiative of the Danish Eastern Neighborhood Program, and also thank you for the speech, Camilla. As the organizers of today's conference, the new Democracy Fund is showing its clear support for Andrei Sakharov's legacy. The new Democracy Fund consists of member organizations spanning a wide array of civil society, from media to labor sector, and will aim to promote partnership between organizations in Eastern Europe neighborhood and Denmark across different areas such as climate, gender, equality, youth, just to mention a few. But partnership is really key here. By working together for societal progress between our nations, we are united in our efforts to defend civil liberties, as was the very foundation of Sakharov's admirable engagement. So I want to say all to you, also to the organizers in this historical building, in this historical room, the common room in the Danish Parliament, that I hope you all will have a fantastic conference today. And thank you also to former President to be here, and also to you. It is a great pleasure for me as Foreign Minister to welcome you all to Denmark, also from many other countries, and I really hope that the discussion will not only be a discussion today, but the values that we are talking about, human rights, human dignity, partnerships, that these values will prevail in a time where I see both challenges, but also because we have challenges, we also are now being called to action. I think the consciousness of our values increases every day we talk about it, and not take these values for granted. If we start taking these values for granted, we are about to lose them. Therefore, we need to fight for them every day. So thank you so much, and good to see you all here. Thanks.
And thank you very much to the Danish Foreign Minister, Jeppe Kofod. The next speaker is Sachina Yankelivis. For many people, she does not need an introduction. But I feel obliged to give her one anyway. Tatiana Yankelivis Bonner is Director Emerita of the Sakharov Human Rights Program at the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard University. She was born in the Soviet Union as the daughter of human rights activist Yelena Bonner, who was the wife of Andrei Sakharov. And in his essay, How I Came to Dissent, from 1974, Andrei Sakharov describes how the persecution of him also affected his nearest family. How Tatiana, in October of 1972, was expelled from the university in her last year under a formal and far-fetched pretext. And how her husband was deprived of work, having applied for permission to go to study in the US. Luckily, they escaped to America. And in the end, the Soviet regime did not prevail. Today, the name Sakharov stands not only for scientific excellence, but most of all for the courageous, principled quest for human rights and democracy. And as such, the legacy of Sakharov is an inspiration for people all over the world. His example is comforting and uplifting at a time in history when autocracy is on the rise again. Please welcome Tatiana Yankelivis.
Thank you all very, very much. And I'm thrilled to hear that the first Sakharov hearings took place in this very room. I was not aware of that. So that is a very welcome piece of history for me. I will skip the formalities. Dear friends, everyone here in this room and those who are watching this gathering from afar, I want to remind you that we are gathered here today on Human Rights Day in the year that marks Andrei Sakharov's 100th birthday. We are gathered to talk about his legacy, central to which was the concept of moral principles and intellectual responsibility. In his life's work, Sakharov assigned a special place to courage, integrity, and honesty as essential to the fulfillment of one's responsibility, as they make it possible to resist the temptations and habits of conformity. Today, we regard Andrei Sakharov as one of the 20th century historic figures of Russia and the world. This is guaranteed by his scientific achievements, including his role in the development of Soviet nuclear weapons, and by his courage and humanism as a dissident and public figure. Sakharov's faith in reason was originally limited to the sphere of nuclear weapons, stirred by moral sensibility and of the ethical implications of testing these weapons in the atmosphere. This sense of reason acquired a moral sensibility, and this in turn led to a far more profound concern with the universal sphere of human rights. And when he bonded reason with ethics and applied ideas not only to an astonishing range of scientific subjects, but also ultimately to matters of human freedom and world peace. He was among a small group of Soviet dissidents that chose to take a stand for human rights at great risk to their freedom and life. They made an historic difference, none more so than Andrei Sakharov. He had a vision of the world with ideological differences set aside, creating common ground around universal principles of human rights and accountability to citizens in order to repair the problems of our world. Today, at a time of disturbing developments in the post-totalitarian Europe and in the world in general, this vision is as vital as it was in his lifetime. This centennial is an opportunity to seek not only peace, but authentic and selfless collaboration in solving the problems of the world, such as poverty, environmental challenges, and oppression. Andrei Sakharov came to embody values shared by most people of our planet, including Russia. That is, courage, open debate, scholarship, transparency, peace, and freedom. Russian civil society continues its courageous work to realize Andrei Sakharov's vision of peace and human rights. Here's what seems to me definitive in Sakharov's socio-political position. In an essay on Sakharov's evolution as a social philosopher and a humanist, my late husband, Efrem Yankelivis, wrote, Sakharov possessed a rare talent, the ability to empathize with human suffering, no matter where it occurred. The planetary nature of Sakharov's thought, his worldview, issued from his conviction about the connectedness of the fates of humankind, which he shared with his forerunners, Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. We are all in this boat, and we will perish together or will be saved together. And finally, Sakharov believed that social and technical progress can and should relieve human suffering. More precisely, Sakharov's democratic convictions brought him to believe that free people are capable of rationally constructing their public life and rationally employing the fruits of scientific progress. That's end of quote. First formulated in his Nobel Peace Prize lecture of 1975, Andrei Sakharov promoted the principle of indivisibility of human rights and international security, now universally recognized as Sakharov doctrine. He lived to witness the end of Cold War, the fall of Berlin Wall, and the beginning of what seemed like the new world order where human rights would be respected. However, soon much of the post-Soviet world reverted to authoritarian rule, suppression of fundamental human rights, and to the criminalization of dissent. This negative dynamic is cause for serious concern as it threatens international stability and the peaceful development of humanity. I find it bitterly sad and grotesque that most of Sakharov's concerns are still present in today's Russia, the country of his birth and his final resting place. The amendments to Russian constitution allow the president to remain in power almost indefinitely, effectively end the separation of state and church, and discriminate against Russian citizens of non-Russian ethnicity, and criminalize any criticism of the powers that be. Of deep concern today are the efforts of Russia's power structures to take the country back to the totalitarian past. We see a clear trend to immortalize and perpetuate the memory of henchmen, be it Dzerzhinsky, Beria, or Stalin, who were responsible for crimes against humanity and mass murder of tens of millions of the innocents. Worse still are the unlawful, underhanded attempts to stifle and strangle civic society. The most recent and reprehensible one being the charges pressed by Russia's Prosecutor General against the Memorial Society. The Memorial Society is renowned world over for its courageous work to preserve historic memory of victims of the past atrocities and to defend the unjustly persecuted of today. Today, the FSB, the successor to the KGB, proudly declares such as the KGB's direct heir. while practicing the extrajudicial murders of Kremlin opponents with internationally prohibited chemical weapons. It is worth pausing for a moment to think just how extraordinary this is. A European government in the 21st century is operating a professional squad of assassins tasked with killing its opponents. Human rights in the post-Soviet space deserve the attention of the international community and constructive measures to protect these rights by the countries signatories of the Helsinki Accords. Across much of the post-Soviet space, the curtailment of fundamental freedoms and the rapid shrinking of space for civic society are a serious cause for concern. What can the global community learn from Andrei Sakharov's life? Sakharov was one of the very few to have the intellectual courage and idealism to speak his mind. Many conformists and opportunists saw him as God's fool. Some even proclaimed him insane. Turned out that he saw farther than most. His destiny was unique, but that does not make it less possible for us to walk in his footsteps. Today, speaking truth to power, summoning our intellectual and civic courage is particularly poignant and urgent. While we should not speculate on Sakharov's possible reaction to current developments in Eastern Europe, such as the Belarusian government cruel repression of civil society organizations, Poland's infringement on freedom of expression, or Russia's cynical annexation of a neighbor's territory, I think we can draw a fair idea from the central concept of Sakharov's vision. It is the thesis of the indissoluble link between peace, international security, and human rights, or, as I mentioned, the Sakharov doctrine. It began to take shape in the early 1970s out of concern that the so-called political detente of Brezhnev and Nixon will not be effective without democratization of the closed Soviet society. Sakharov wrote, "It would be very dangerous and it would not really solve any of the world's problems. It would mean capitulating to the growing power of the USSR. This would be an attempt to trade with the Soviet Union, getting gas and oil, but ignoring all the other issues involved. It would mean the cultivation and encouragement of a closed country where everything may be shielded from outside eyes and the true face of the country is hidden behind a mask." And in 1975, he included the following thesis in his Nobel lecture. "I am convinced that international trust, mutual understanding, disarmament, and international security are inconceivable without an open society, freedom of information, freedom of conscience, glasnost, freedom of movement, and freedom to choose one's country of residence." Sakharov's doctrine rests on three arguments. First, if a state is a threat to its own citizens, it will be a threat to its neighbors. Second, respect for human rights ensures democratic oversight of a country's foreign policy and military expenditures, and society will not permit militarization of the economy during peacetime. Third, observance of human rights would safeguard the free exchange of information and ideas. It would foster rapprochement and lower mutual distrust, reducing the likelihood of conflict and the possibility of secretly nurturing aggressive intentions. A broad interpretation of Sakharov's work permits introduction of a fourth argument, relevant to his theory of convergence. Human rights must become a universal value, thus reducing the possibility of conflict of ideologies or of civilizations. In other words, Sakharov supposes that common values can guarantee lasting peace, and such values can be based on generally accepted human rights. Peace founded on such values is all the more possible because the ideology of human rights, in Sakharov's opinion, is universal. And I quote, "The ideology of human rights is probably the only one which can be combined with such diverse ideologies as communism, social democracy, religion, technocracy, and nationalism. The defense of human rights is a clear path toward the unification of peoples in our turbulent world and to the relief of their suffering." It follows logically that if a tyrannical government doesn't wish to respect the rights of its citizens, the international community must try to compel this country to respect them. Thus, human rights cease to be a state internal affair, and their defense becomes a matter of international concern. As early as in 1968, in Sakharov's Reflections, he wrote, "International control presupposes the use of economic sanctions as well as the use of armed forces of the United Nations in defense of human rights. The goal of international policy is to ensure worldwide fulfillment of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and to prevent a sharpening of international tensions or a strengthening of militarism or nationalism." I hold most dearly a hope that events such as this and the future Sakharov conferences and eventually the renewed Sakharov hearings will help defend those persecuted today. As Sakharov put it, concerted actions in defense of the repressed will help ease their fate and strengthen the international community, its authority and effectiveness. Remember, Sakharov believed that taking the path of active and selfless struggle for human rights will change something for the better in the moral image of our world. I thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much to Tatiana Yankelivis-Bonner. And the next speaker I would like to invite to the podium is no less than former President of the Federal Republic of Germany, Joachim Gauck. Joachim Gauck has served Germany during a historically crucial time after the fall of the Soviet Union and the reunification of Germany, in which he himself, by the way, played no minor part. As a human rights activist and as a Lutheran priest in the German Democratic Republic. Gauck was elected the first federal commissioner for the Stasi records even a day before the dissolution of the GDR. And he served in that capacity until the year 2000. It earned him a name, also here in Denmark, as one of the greatest Stasi hunters. And he was and is generally widely admired for his tireless effort to shed light on communist crimes. One of his achievements is also a contribution to the German edition of the Black Book of Communism that documented that communism doesn't lag behind Nazism when it comes to atrocities. and this book was really considered an eye-opener here in Denmark. So a big warm welcome to Joachim Gauck.
Thank you. Excellencies, Mrs. Mortost, ladies and gentlemen, intellectual freedom is essential to human society. Freedom to obtain and distribute information, freedom for open-minded and unfearing debate, and freedom from pressure by officialdom and prejudices. Such a trinity of freedom of thought is the only guarantee against an infection of people by mass myths, which in the hands of treacherous hypocrites and demagogues can be transformed into bloody dictatorship. Words of Andrei Sakharov. Andrei Sakharov put these thoughts to paper in an essay on progress, peaceful coexistence, and intellectual freedom in 1968, at a time when Germany and Europe were still riven by an iron curtain, and the world was largely divided into two hostile blocs. Sakharov's insight has lost none of its currency. We are aware, once again, how important it is to stand up for freedom of thought. Sakharov himself has not been forgotten. In part, I think, because his own life evinced a strength born of an active conscience. He was a highly qualified physicist, recognized as such by the regime. But he decided he could no longer bow to the pressure to conform and chose to bear the consequences. Once he had realized the destructive potential of his research, he rejected the idea of further tests and did not want others to build on his scientific work, just as he rejected fame as the father of Soviet hydrogen bomb. He did not want to be celebrated as a hero of socialist labor and shed his communist convictions. He condemned the crushing of the Prague Spring, called for international disarmament and control of nuclear weapons, and campaigned to stop the persecution of dissenters in his own country. In 1975, the free world honored him, the courageous dissident, with the Nobel Peace Prize. In 1980, however, the powers in the Kremlin labeled him as an enemy of the state and sent him into exile in Gorky. When he was allowed to return, he set up the human rights organization Memorial, we have heard about. All that was decades ago. In the meantime, the Soviet bloc has fallen, the Central European states have chosen democracy and have become part of the European Union. In Russia, however, we are witnessing the resumption of Soviet-era practices. The authorities are stigmatizing Memorial as a foreign agent in a move to ban it. This institution that has earned great respect for investigating Stalinist crimes and has given the millions of victims of the Soviet dictatorship back their dignity and permits their families to remember them with honor. The regime is also seeking to silence the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who is being awarded this year's Sakharov Prize by the European Parliament for his courage in campaigning for freedom, democracy, and human rights. Just as Sakharov could not claim his award in Oslo in person, Navalny cannot himself travel to Strasbourg. The regime, whose first cowardly instinct was to try to kill him, has now locked him away in a penal colony where he must sit on arbitrary imposed sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, today we honor Sakharov by discussing without prejudice and free of pressure from officialdom the necessity of freedom of thought and the dangers stemming from the pursuit of authoritarian dominion. But first of all, I would like to say what a great pleasure it is for me to stand here and to be allowed to speak to you today. I'm very grateful to you, Mrs. Yankelivis, for inviting me to this event. I'm also grateful to the new Democracy Fund under your leadership, Mrs. Motost, for working with the Andrei Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development to hold this conference in such a prominent venue. And finally, I want to thank to the Minister Kofod and assure you, Minister, of my support for the exemplary idea. We really do need dialogue with Europe's eastern neighbors, much of which must carry it out on the broad shoulders of diverse civil society organizations. We must intensify our contacts and strengthen democratic developments in these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I was 8 years old, I personally, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the United Nations 73 years ago. And I was 11 years old when I found out what state repression felt like in the GDR. In 1951, my father was taken away for no reason at all by the Soviet secret police, and he was condemned with other innocent citizens in a secret trial to 25 years of forced labor in the Gulag in the Soviet Union. I personally found out what it meant for a beloved member of the family to disappear, and after years of uncertainty, to see them return, deeply altered physically and psychologically. And my family was one of the lucky ones. Untold thousands throughout Central Europe did not survive the totalitarian communist regimes. Anyone who has ever felt such powerlessness does not want to let anyone, anywhere, experience it ever again, not in their own family or elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the most successful advocate of human rights lives within us. It is our profound inner awareness of the dignity and the rights of each and every individual. But apparently, it is sometimes only the most barbaric violations of these rights that cause this awareness to take on political force. The idea of human rights is centuries old and has been enshrined in the United States and French constitutions for over 200 years. But it was not until after that betrayal of all civilized values, the Second World War, with its mass murder and the Holocaust, that in 1948 an international alliance came together and agreed on a joint catalogue of human rights set forth in the Universal Declaration. The Swiss jurist and human rights activist Walter Kerlin has referred to the declaration as a Copernican revolution in international law. I think this description also underlines for us today how the Universal Declaration of Human Rights reflects a new worldview in this modern age. After the Second World War, the international community needed a new intellectual, political, and moral foundation. It had become essential to protect the individual and the individual's inalienable rights, regardless of ethnicity, religion, color, or sex. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was at first merely a declaration of intent, not binding law. It was, however, one of the greatest promises ever made. And it didn't take long for it to be incorporated into national law in many countries. Equality and liberty, civil, political, economic, cultural, and social rights. There are so many specific rights that are recognized today for which the foundation was laid in 1948. The story of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is thus for me also a story of humankind's strength of political will. This has been demonstrated repeatedly in the past century in Central and Eastern Europe. It was human rights, and after 1975, the Helsinki Final Act, which courageous citizens could invoke to defend themselves against their oppressors, against violence and repression. But if we look back at the past decades and venture to take stock of the development and spread of human rights, the balance is sobering. In numerous states on almost all continents, human rights have been ignored, qualified and subordinated to the interests of those in power, of tribal chiefs, warlords, and party leaders. According to reports from many parts of the world, people are being driven out of their countries because they are supposedly of the wrong ethnicity or religion, or belong to the wrong party, or because they are being persecuted for their political views or sexual orientation and are not willing to be silenced. In this context, I would like to mention the emergence of a new, allegedly progressive narrative that questions the universal nature of human rights and seeks to discredit this idea as an expression of Western imperialism. Among activists in the Anglo-Saxon world in particular, there are who have fomented a veritable anti-Western furor. They seem to overlook that the fact that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was by no means a purely Western construct. Rather, it was a compromise agreed on by 52 countries with different cultural and religious traditions. And the states that approved the declaration represented almost all parts of the world, or regional groups, as the United Nations would say today. They included Egypt, China, Cuba, Ethiopia, France, Iran, Pakistan, Syria, Turkey, and the United States, and Venezuela, to name but a few. Anyone who denies the universal nature of human rights is denying that the roots of human rights lie in the most diverse cultures of our world. And they are blind to the fact that the oppressed in any country in the world understand the language of human rights full well. Wherever there is oppression, human rights epitomize hope and yearning for countless individuals. hope, and the yearning to ditch their power-crazed dictator was also expressed by the many men and women who took to the streets and squares of Belarus in the summer of 2020. We are thus all the more shocked to witness the violent suppression of this peaceful democracy movement and to see the fate of its courageous women. Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, presidential candidate and Belarusian opposition leader, managed to flee to Lithuania, where she now lives in exile. Her fellow campaigner, Maria Kolesnikova, on the other hand, was arrested because she wanted to stay in Belarus and refused to go abroad. Since then, she and hundreds of other opposition figures have remained in prison. Shame. Ladies and gentlemen, I know firsthand the yearning that creeps into a person's heart when they have embraced the ideas of freedom and individual self-determination. And that is why we needed the trinity of freedom of thought that Andrei Sakharov once called for. For if we cannot obtain uncensored information, if we cannot engage in unfearing debate, and if we are not free of repression by officialdom, we will become deformed. Then too, a diverse society in which all are united by equal rights becomes nothing more than a memory or a distant dream. That is why we have to remind ourselves again today that we must time and again fight for human dignity, the greatest good we have, together in the spirit of Andrei Sakharov. And we know that change for the better is possible, for we have already seen freedom prevail. And moreover, everywhere around the world we will find allies, for we are all endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood, as it says in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Joachim Gauck. And with these excellent speeches, we have concluded the first session. We haven't even overstepped time, maybe because of my little magic bell, the threat of it, or maybe because the speakers were just so disciplined. But now it's time for a coffee or tea break in the hall. For those of you present, of course, for those online, you will have to help yourself. But stay tuned, because we will be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. was turned off. That's my clue. Welcome back from the break. And the next session is devoted to one of the aspects in the protection of human rights that historically has been overlooked, namely the psychological aspects of human rights violations. And the speakers in this session have, in different ways, examined how violations of human rights impact mental well-being and how it can be addressed. And after the interventions, we will have a panel debate where the audience can ask questions. We will carry around a mic. And those who follow the conference online can also ask questions if you put your question in the commentary field and indicate if the question is to a particular person. Then our social media manager will bring it up here and I will ask it on behalf of you. The first speaker in this section is Robert van Waaren. And Robert van Waaren is Executive Director of the Andrei Sakharov Research Center on Democratic Development and Chief Executive of the International Foundation Human Rights in Mental Health. And Robert has worked for the propagation of human rights for 3 decades. He has been engaged even in Soviet times with collecting information on repression of dissidents and smuggling samizdat publication to the West. In recent years, he has concentrated on the psychological impact of human rights violations. So today, Robert will speak about the self-help program Sama Pomosh that offers specialized psychological support for victims of state repression. Welcome, Robert van Waaren.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the past year, we have witnessed in the press, but especially in social media, the ruthless attack on civil society and on society as a whole by the Belarus strongman Alexander Lukashenko. The clampdown, following massive protests after the blatantly rigged presidential elections, led to thousands of Belarus citizens winding up behind bars, with among them thousands who fell victim to inhuman and degrading treatment, beatings, torture, and rape. Lukashenko, making use of an apparent carte blanche by the equally repressive Russian leader Vladimir Putin, opened the whole toolbox of methods of repression and is now also waging a hybrid war on its immediate neighbors, using migrants as his weapon. The consequences are dire and long-lasting. Belarus society is living through one of the most traumatic periods in its recent history, whereby any form of protest, including a simple like on Facebook or wearing the wrong color of socks, can lead to arrest and being subjected to beatings. Thousands of activists and many, many others have fled the country and are now living in exile. While initially the hope was that the fall of the Lukashenko regime was imminent, it is now clear that this is going to be a long-lasting struggle. This alone has led to depression, anxiety, and burnout. There is no light at the end of the tunnel, and many activists and protesters seek professional help to deal with these traumatic experiences, but the professionals themselves become in turn traumatized by what they hear from their clients, and also by the fact that they themselves are haunted by the regime and pressured to hand over the professional information on their clients, thereby breaking medical confidentiality. The regime knows no boundaries. The organization I have the honor to lead, FGIP, together with several partners, responded to the severe mental health crisis by establishing a safe platform for psychological support to human rights defenders, activists, and Belarus citizens who fell victim to the repressive machinery. Coincidentally, the COVID pandemic has forced us to revert much more than before to online communication and assistance to people with mental health problems, and thus this experience was immediately integrated into our system. The support program, called Samopomosh, which means self-help in Russian, follows the universally accepted pyramid format, by which to the largest group at the bottom of the pyramid, assistance is provided with regard to healthy lifestyle as a means to maintain one's mental health. And for those who are facing mental health problems, advice is provided in the form of self-help suggestions and mental health tests. And only for those who cannot help themselves, the top of the pyramid, professional help is provided by Russian-speaking certified experts who live outside Belarus. The website, on basis of which our program functions, has been set up by IT specialists who created multiple protection layers to prevent hacking, and consultation and communication goes via protected channels, for instance, the smartphone applications Signal and Telegram. All information on our website is evidence-based, and all our experts have trauma specialization. And in addition, we have information channels on Telegram and on Facebook. We produce clips in which people discuss how they lived with their trauma or how they managed to overcome their traumatic experiences. Jana Yavaghishvili will speak in more detail about the nature of the trauma. I will limit myself here by giving some numbers. Our program is at the moment primarily focused on Belarus. As long as we are fine-tuning our service, we are hesitant to open up to other countries in the region who might need similar support. However, over the past 10 months, we've had more than 18,000 unique visitors. More than 4,000 tests were carried out, mainly in the field of depression and anxiety, with scores ranging from moderate to severe. We have had more than 650,000 views on Facebook, 95% of them coming from Belarus. And we provide psychological aid on average to 50 clients per month. These numbers, ladies and gentlemen, show the severity of the problem, especially keeping in mind the intense fear and paranoia that has entered Belarus society, a fear that keeps people from seeking help. I've been involved in human rights in the region for the past 45 years. I remember that in Soviet times, mental health was never really discussed. Political abuse of psychiatry, yes, but not the mental health of those arrested, of the families of those arrested, the wives, the husbands, and the children. Of course, all were affected, but probably the same attitude prevailed as the one that we see in Belarus today. You don't talk about your mental health. You don't talk about your psychological distress and your trauma. As an activist, you need to be strong. And talking about this gives the impression of being weak. However, when a number of years ago I helped a former dissident write his memoirs, I got a peek into a different reality. The memoirs were by a man who was broken by the KGB, and so the psychological distress and trauma of having betrayed his friends was clearly an item in his writings. But what I also discovered was that an unusually high number of dissidents mentioned in his book had committed suicide, either while being still in the country or after emigration to the West. But again, this was hardly ever talked about, at least not publicly. Yet we all know that talking about these issues is an important step in the process of dealing with trauma, with what one was forced to live through. This morning part of the program includes, as I already mentioned, Jana Yavaghishvili, my colleague from Georgia, who will tell you much more about the nature of the trauma and who is one of the coordinators of this Samopomosh program. It also includes my friend Vyacheslav Bakhmin, who himself served 4 years in camp because of his work to document one of the most hideous forms of repression, the political abuse of psychiatry, a form of repression that unfortunately is back again in his home country, Russia. And Jens Motwig, who has been involved in the process of helping victims of trauma and torture for many, many years, and who will talk about the documentation of mental and physical effects of the repression in Belarus. And then in between, we will show you clips made as part of the Samopomощь program that bring home the message that we want to convey to you today. The first clip will show the Ukrainian psychiatrist Semyon Gluzman, who was arrested in 1972 for his opposition against the abuse of psychiatry for political purposes, and who was sentenced to 10 years. He was 24 years old at that time, the age of many of the current victims of state repression in Belarus. And please listen to his story. Thank you.
Вероятно, это особенная какая-то травма, потому что она была очень длительной. Все-таки 7 лет в лагерях, этапы. Она состояла из разных кусочков травматизации. Некоторые были очень страшные этапы. Например, этапирование в Советском Союзе. Я был травмирован, я помню себя, я проявлял некоторые особенности. Потому что я очень тяжело сидел. Понимаете, когда мы говорим, что там, человек отсидел 2 года или 9 лет или 25 лет, тут же надо еще думать о том, как человек сидел. Он ждал освобождения 25 лет? Или он участвовал в сопротивлении в лагерях? Я активно участвовал в сопротивлении. И мне было, с одной стороны, тяжело, потому что нужно было каждый день помнить, кому я отдал какой документ, где его переписывает писарь. Это же все в лагере под контролем КГБ. Все было не так просто, как я рассказываю. Но ситуативно это было очень тяжело. Но, с другой стороны, я так спасался. Потому что я ведь был арестован не за террористическую деятельность, а чисто профессиональная. Я захотел сказать вслух о том, что психиатрия в СССР грязная. На примере одного конкретного человека. Когда я вернулся в Киев, все было страшнее, потому что если я иногда встречал своих знакомых на улице, они переходили на другую сторону. Тем более я еще был шумным диссидентом. Я много писал, и обо мне много говорили по всяким голосам. В газете «Известия», когда я был в ссылке, была статья, где меня обозвали прожженным уголовником. Председатель колхоза посмотрел на меня и сказал: ты таки похож на уголовника. Я не знал, что это травма. Понимаете? Я не знал, что это травма. Это была моя жизнь. Меня преследовал один и тот же сон. Зона, в которой я сидел. Обычно так происходило. Подходили там 3 или 2 или 4 прапорщика, брали на этап, говорили с вещами: собирайте вещи, идите в жилую зону и на этап. И вот меня ведут на этап. Через несколько минут я должен уже выйти за пределы зоны и сесть в эту заковскую машину, автозак. И я с ужасом вспоминаю, что я приготовил несколько очень серьезных документов, КСИФ, как мы называли тогда. И никто из моих друзей и соратников не знает, где я их спрятал. Это было страшнее, чем продолжение срока, если бы не... Потому что, ответственность. Я подготовил, я участвовал, со мной работали люди. Эти ксивы должны быть переданы на волю, а потом из Москвы или из Киева на Запад. И вот я обрываю, не по своей вине. И представьте себе, с большей или меньшей интенсивностью, где-то около года, вот я спал таким образом. В Советском Союзе огромное количество людей прошло через ГУЛАГ, и пострашнее, чем то, что пережил я. И никто никогда не говорил о возможности реабилитации, посттравматическом синдроме. Не потому, что Даже мы, советские психиатры, не пользовались такой терминологией. И можно было по-разному это называть, но здесь, даже когда ты выходил на волю, травматизация не прекращалась. Каждый день, каждую ночь человек ждал, возьмут опять или не возьмут, напомнят или не напомнят. И только в горбачевские времена некоторые бывшие сталинские узники рассказали, я просто знал этих людей, рассказали своим детям и внукам, где они провели молодость. Это не страх за себя, это был страх за следующее поколение, которое не должно было страдать, и лучше было для них не знать. Это особенности Советского Союза. Реабилитация как таковая не могла быть у людей, которые прошли через лагеря. Это было естественное угасание травмы в условиях, когда травматизация постепенно прекращалась. На самом деле действительно спасало то, что рядом со мной были близкие, которых у меня раньше не было. И тут речь же не о сексе, а о том, что просто была какая-то такая моральная и прочая поддержка. Мы были вместе, я был не один. И, с одной стороны, это было страшнее для меня, потому что у меня появились заложники. У меня не было заложников. Я был не женат, старики-родители, они уже были пенсионеры. И однажды лагерный КГБист мне сказал: да, Семен, с вами тяжело, у вас нет заложников. У меня уже появились заложники. Ну, потому что ссылка и потом возвращение в Киев – это Советский Союз тот же. И самая тяжелая травматизация, как ни странно, была, когда я вернулся из ссылки и из лагеря в Киев. Советский Киев, еще Брежневский Киев. Но это был самый страшный период. Мы тогда так не могли думать даже, но это была агония. Это была война в Афганистане, это был арестованный, высланный в Горький с женой Сахаров. Это были вторые, третьи аресты у многих диссидентов. Я думаю, что неважно, какая травматизация, по интенсивности, по характеру, что делать? Продолжать жить. Нужно помнить, что жизнь не закончилась. Она будет продолжаться. Она будет разной. Но травма гаснет постепенно. Для того, чтобы травма угасала быстрее, нужно прилепиться сердцем к кому-то. Если не было семьи, то нужно создать семью. Ну, не обязательно же идти в ЗАГС и регистрироваться. Не об этом идет речь. Человек должен помнить, и мужчина, и женщина, что есть куда возвращаться. Но если мама есть, пусть это будет мама, но человек должен знать, что есть куда возвращаться, где тебя согреют.
Thank you very much to Robert van Voren. And the next speaker we will invite to the stage is Jana Yavakhishvili. And Jana is professor at Ilya State University and immediate past president of the European Society for Traumatic Stress Studies. And as Robert suggested, Jana is closely involved in the current effort to expand the Samapurmush self-help program and to evaluate the efficiency of the program. So all the way from Georgia, the podium is yours, Jana.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for a warm welcome. I'm very happy to be here today. at 11th International Andrei Sakharov Conference, and to have an opportunity to share experience of our work with the Belarusian people who are in need of mental health care and psychosocial support, and not only. So Professor Van Waaren, oh yes. Professor Van Waaren briefly touched upon our approach, which means that we are trying to provide mental health care for all. That's a very ambitious motto, but the pyramid gave such an opportunity because at the very bottom of the pyramid you see that probably just very simple psychoeducation materials are enough for some people to actually maintain self-help and self-care. But at the very top of the pyramid, you can see specialized support, psychiatric care for those who are severely traumatized. So I will briefly touch upon the system, complicated system of stressors that affects Belarusian population right now and which is very peculiar to the repressive political regimes. So that is about everyday life strains, which is ongoing authoritarian control, triggering feeling of helplessness and hopelessness. And that's also cumulative, so-called cumulative stressors, like witnessing things which can cause moral injury, and moral injury is a very serious concept in psychotraumatology, which has its implications both on individual and societal level as well. And so-called catastrophic stressors, which are torture, killings, witnessing killings, etc. And speaking of torture, I would like just briefly present some figures. You can see on this slide, so that's 450 documented cases by the United Nations Human Rights Office. That's 1,000 testimonials of tortures and rapes and ill practices, etc., by Vyasna Human Rights Center. That's a very interesting recent report, actually, from the International Council for Torture Victims Rehabilitation, and you can see that it's qualified now what is going on in Belarus as coordinated policy of torture, which has its own implications because actually we have very grave legacies, the Soviet legacies, which impact us till now, and which was very well articulated in previous speakers' presentations. I cannot prevent myself just to mention that usually the repression plans during the Great Terror were defined, the scale of repressions, by the Kremlin and ordered to the Soviet republics. But what was going on, and what was the most cruel thing for me, is that the Soviet republics usually are exceeding the repression plans. So the letters were going on to the Kremlin saying that we revealed twice as more enemies of the people than you actually planned for us. So can we kill them? Can we actually send them to Siberia? And I think that, and Kremlin was usually, of course, approving the exceeded plans. That was called in Russia перевыполнение плана. But this is exactly a cruel thing which is about repressions, that the societal fabric is damaged. That is erosion of values, that's normalization of dehumanization and violence within the society. So that's actually about the state of the whole society, which is trapped in the vicious triangle of victim, aggressor, and bystander. And I cannot prevent myself not to recall words of Solzhenitsyn, who in the beginning of Archipelago Gulag was asking, questioning if the bystanders will resist the repressions and will be assertive in resisting repressions. Did it go so? Would it go in such a malignant way? or not, and probably not. So the position of bystander here is very important, but if we are speaking of the consequences of torture, it has potential to be transmitted from generation to generation. So we are speaking about vertical transmission of trauma, but also horizontal transmission of trauma, not only within the family members of the tortured, but within the community and society as such. And of course, this is not just mental health problem or psychological problem or medical problem. Of course, as it's like jigsaw puzzle, the problem has many directions. It's very complex. And in case if the repressions are over, of course, restorative justice approach needs to be applied, which is about fair process of bringing those who are responsible for repressions to justice. And that's also about aggressor who needs to acknowledge his misdeeds, whether sincerely or not. But that's also about bystanders who validate victimization of victims, and that might be done via different public discourses, including science and arts, etc. And of course, the oppressed need to receive moral, material, and procedural compensation for what was going on with them. But this is never proceeded after the Soviet repressions. And mental health care is a part of this last. But actually, speaking of what is going on nowadays in Belarus, we can say that we immediately started to respond to the mental health needs of the population. And that's probably very unique, because even now, the family members of the repressed during Soviet repressions, they never ever received good enough support and enough support in terms of rehabilitation and mental health care. So we started this process which is based on the several pillars: mental health for all principle, biopsychosocial approach, which states that there is no health without mental health, and there is no societal well-being without mental health, and so-called step care approach. I, of course, don't have illusions that you can read this photo, but please consider it a metaphor, because at the very top of the photo you can see dots, and that's mental health symptoms developed in response to traumatic experiences, which, if they are addressed, they might be prevented. The worst case scenario might be prevented. And the worst case scenario is that these dots might develop as hail drops. And that's about grave consequences for mental health, which affects the whole society. So what we are doing, actually, we are intervening in time to prevent this development. But, and of course, you can see the complicated system of stressors again, which is imprisonment, witnessing killings, witnessing beating, killing of loved ones, etc., which causes a lot of mental health problems, which also Robert Van Waaren touched upon. But I would say that our care, this is not only about mental health care. Actually, care which we provide via Samopomощь allows the international community not to be in a role of a bystander. And this is a very powerful message for the Belarusian society. This message itself has a healing potential, and actually this approach gives us a good chance, all of us, to escape this vicious triangle which I presented at the beginning of my presentation, not to be in the role of a bystander. As Anna told, we are also measuring effectiveness of our intervention. Study results soon will come out, and this will allow us also to elaborate algorithms of action for other allied crises. And we very well understand that this is a marathon, not sprint. So we will work for a while, I think, in this direction. And yeah, more to done, to be continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Jana Yavakhishvili. And now we would like to show you a short video clip made by the Ukrainian filmmaker Lesia Kharchenko as part of the Samopomosh program. And the clip focuses on relatives of persons who went missing in the Donbass as a result of the military conflict there. And it's a very emotional clip. And it is relevant not only to Ukraine, but also to Belarus, where people went missing too, and where their relatives and friends live in the hope that their loved ones will once return.
Арма, иди сюда. Иди сюда, бегом. Иди сюда. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Мій син контрактник. У 2015 році, 9 лютого, попав під обстріл, під Дебальцево. На машині УАЗ-469. Віз полковників, майора. І з тих пір ми його шукаємо. Знаємо, що він живий, нам дали документи, що він в заручниках. Надіємося, що він буде вдома. І дуже скоро.
У 2014 році, влітку, коли почалися події на сході України, мій брат пішов добровольцем, записався до батальйону Донбас, який тоді скликали на Майдані. 29-го, під час виходу з котла Іловайського, коли був об'явлений зелений коридор, він зник. І ми почали наводити довідки всюди, цікавитися, опитувати свідків, хлопців, які вийшли, які були поранені. І були різні версії, декілька версій, що з ним могло трапитися. Але ми продовжували вірити, що він живий, що його могли взяти в полон. І, власне, досі ми так вважаємо.
27 числа він позвонив мені вранці, серпень місяць, 14 рік, сказав, що виходить на завдання, ввечері обов'язково зателефонує і більше не позвонив. Троє попало в полон, Роман із командиром своїм і ще з одним побратимом. На сьогодні у мене є тільки інформація, що Худина Максима і Біленького Романа довший час утримували в Лефортово, судили закритими судами, дали великий термін, і де вони відбувають покарання, на жаль, невідомо.
Фізично це дуже тяжко. Сняться сни, що він йде додому. У мене піднявся цукор, нервова система зорвана. Кожного нема такого дня, щоб ми не думали, щоб ми вставали і лягали не з тим, коли наш синочок з'явиться додому. Але знаємо точно, що він буде.
Ну, це досить великий стрес і депресивний стан, але я не могла собі дозволити дуже розкисати, тому що в мене батько. У нас батько вже дуже похилого віку, 83 роки. Я йому сказала через 3 тижні тільки. Це був дуже великий стрес, я з ним говорила 4 години, він не міг з цим змиритися. І з того часу я його весь час підтримую в вірі, в надії на те, що брат повернеться.
Це стан такого страшного вакууму на самому початку. коли ти не можеш зібрати докупи ні своїх думок, ні своїх відчуттів, тебе переслідує страшний переляк, бо ти розумієш, що твоя дитина попала в руки нелюдів, а ми до того часу вже начиталися про катування, про знущання. І всякий раз, коли я відкривала очі, під моїми ногами зникала земля.
Во-первых, віра, все на світі. Во-вторых, допомагають наші діти. Наш старший син теж пройшов Донецький аеропорт. Він знає всі, як все відбувається, як це важко, все на світі. Він допомагає дуже. Допомагають рідні. Ми звертаємося по всіх інстанціях, де тільки можна.
Спочатку було тяжко, люди не розуміли, оточуючи нашу позицію. Вони казали, все ж очевидно. Поки я не познайомилася з такими самими дівчатами, жінками, матерями, сестрами, дружинами, які виявилися такі ж божевільні, як я. І після цього ми почали з ними спілкуватися, зустрічатися, підтримувати одне одного. І це нам допомогло пережити цей стрес. Допомагає досі.
У нас є така громадська організація тепер «Мам». Вона називається «Надія». Ми одна другій даруємо надію. І тримаємось, як можемо. Я мусила збирати себе докупи. Я пам'ятала приклад своєї бабуні, яка Другу світову війну втратила 5 дітей. Я мусила жити, я знала, що мій син, він громадянин, він чоловік. Він воїн, він захисник, він вибрав таку дорогу, а я мушу його підтримати, якщо не словом, то молитвою.
Не здаватися, прежде всього, не здаватися, тільки воювати. І не вірить отим всяким глуздим, я не знаю, як навіть виразитися, ви знаєте, коли кажуть, ви знаєте, ви нічого не доб'єтеся. Да ні, доб'ємося. Ви знаєте, у нас велика команда, у нас є надія, у нас є мами такі, з котрими ми збираємося у Червоному Хресті міжнародному, ви знаєте. І коли ми обговорюємо ці всі питання, ви знаєте, ми такі всі солідарні, то ми всі сильні. От я вважаю так, що оці мами всі дуже сильні. Я думаю, що ми доб'ємося все одно, і наших дітей віддадуть нам.
Найбільше допомагає, коли тебе розуміють. Такі самі люди, як ти. Тобто стороннім людям пояснити неможливо. А тим людям, які пережили те саме, що і я, ми знаходимо з ними одна в одній підтримку, і ми розуміємо одна одного.
У кожного своя дорога. Мами повинні розуміти, що раз вони народили хлопчика, і він виріс, він не залишається її дитиною, але він чоловік. І його покликання – це захист. Захистити дитину, захистити людину, захистити свою державу. І мами повинні розуміти, що єдине, що вони можуть зробити, це тільки підтримати його.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was a tough one. So before we continue the morning session, we will take a short break of around 15 minutes. Please be back at time, which is 11:45. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw that our next speaker was being interviewed outside. I hope he is on his... there he is. Yes, because the next speaker I would like to invite up here is Jens Modvig. And Jens Modvig is a trained medical doctor with extensive experience in the field of international development, human rights, and public health. For more than 25 years, he has used his medical background in the fight against torture. He is the Chief Medical Officer in Dignity, and moreover, he is the head of the so-called International Accountability Platform Belarus, a coalition of independent NGOs that have joined forces to collect, to verify, and preserve evidence of gross human rights violation in Belarus. Please welcome Jens to the podium.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Anna. Survivors or victims of torture have different needs. These needs vary according to the victim. Is it a 45-year-old man, or is it a 5-year-old girl with development disorders? Their needs are different. It varies according to the torture method subjected. Was it beatings? Was it suspension? Phalange, beating under the foot soles, or electrical torture? And it also varies according to the circumstances. Does the victim, for instance, reside in the country where torture was committed? Or is the victim residing in a safe third country? The rights of victims of gross human rights violations, such as torture, has been elaborated by the United Nations General Assembly, and they include 5 rights: the right to restitution, the right to compensation, the right to rehabilitation, and, which Jana also spoke about, the right to satisfaction, and the right to guarantees for non-repetition. These are called the so-called Van Boven or Basuni principles, adopted as said by the General Assembly. These rights, especially the right to rehabilitation, has been further elaborated by the United Nations Committee Against Torture in its General Comment 3. According to Article 14 in the UN Convention Against Torture, a legally binding treaty with 170 state parties to it, states are obliged to provide rehabilitation to victims. States are also obliged to provide an investigation, prosecution, and punishment of the perpetrators of torture when there are reasonable grounds to believe that an act of torture has been committed. This obligation is clearly linked to the victim's rights to satisfaction, which inter alia includes that the perpetrator is convicted and sentenced according to the gravity of the crime of torture. Unfortunately, perpetrators of torture are rarely punished, and impunity for torture prevails. This means that the victim's right to satisfaction is in fact effectively denied. Several factors contribute to this impunity or lack of right to satisfaction. To mention a few. 1. The criminal justice system is based on confessions rather than technical evidence. In such systems, the police investigators aim for a confession, possibly by means of coercion, rather than building a case by collecting and analyzing technical evidence and witness testimonies. If torture can produce a confession, use of torture is the quickest way of resolving a case. Second, the courts do not live up to the exclusionary rule, which obliges courts to dismiss evidence obtained by coercion, including confessions obtained by use of torture. This rule is actually a state obligation according to the United Nations Convention Against Torture. 3. Cases of torture are rarely reported to the competent authorities. This may be because of the risk of reprisals for doing so, or just because there's a lack of trust that an impartial and thorough processing of the report of torture will actually be undertaken. 4. A full and timely forensic medical examination according to international standards, the Istanbul Protocol, is rarely undertaken, which leads to a loss of crucial evidence of torture, such as marks and bruises, that often disappear after days, weeks, or certainly after months. In particular, this last point stresses the need for timely collection of evidence. As time passes, medical evidence disappears. Also, the memories of victims and witnesses, the details, they fade over time. In other words, the longer time passes, the more difficult to prove that torture took place, and the more difficult to deliver justice to victims. In cases where human rights violations and international crimes are widespread, and the national authorities are passive or even actively responsible for the atrocities, the international community sometimes establishes accountability mechanisms to collect evidence or to prosecute perpetrators. However, often it takes years before such mechanisms are established and ready to be operational. The establishment of such mechanisms rely on a political agreement about states in the forum in question, be it the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, the EU, or others. The delay in establishment of international accountability mechanisms often leads, as I mentioned, to the loss of evidence of human rights violations and international crimes, making the pursuit of accountability more difficult. Hence, the time gap between the crimes and the collection of information and evidence is an obstacle for the overall objective of establishing accountability of perpetrators. In the case of Belarus, a novel model for establishing accountability quickly was established to fill this gap. The initiative emerged from the Moscow mechanism, an OSCE mechanism which, in case of serious threats to the OSCE human dimension, including the human rights, may be activated by a minimum of 10 participating states, and the Moscow mechanism mandates a rapporteur to investigate the situation. In the case of Belarus, the Moscow mechanism was activated by 17 states, and Professor Wolfgang Benedikt was appointed rapporteur. In his report to the OSCE Permanent Council, presented on the 5th of November 2020, he inter alia recommended, and I quote, to establish an independent international body for the in-depth investigation of human rights violations in the context of the presidential elections with the help of forensic experts. In response to this, Dignity, my organization, and the two most prominent Belarusian human rights organizations, with the political and financial support of 20 states and the EU, established the International Accountability Platform for Belarus. It's a civil society-based consortium. The platform comprises Vyazna and the International Committee for the Investigation of Torture in Belarus, the UK-based organization, Dignity as the platform lead organization, and 13 other Belarusian and international expert organizations. The platform, now established, is collecting, verifying, and preserving information and evidence of crimes under international law allegedly committed by Belarusian authorities in the run-up to the 2020 elections and its aftermath, including torture, rape and sexual violence, unlawful detention, persecution, and other crimes against humanity. At the present, the platform, by means of its Belarusian member organizations, have collected more than 20,000 witness statements, including documents, medical photographs, videos, etc. And in addition, it's collecting a large amount of open source intelligence. With the current repressive regime in Belarus, national mechanisms of establishing accountability is not a viable option. The Belarusian authorities declared that they will not investigate over 4,000 complaints of unlawful detention and torture that were submitted to them by victims following the post-election crackdown. Please note that this is a violation of exactly the obligation according to the UN Convention Against Torture that I mentioned, Articles 12 and 13 in the Convention. Belarus is a party to the Convention, but has nevertheless refused to initiate this investigation. The International Criminal Court, ICC, does not have jurisdiction over Belarus, and it's not yet clear whether the Office of the Prosecutor, in response to a complaint filed by NGOs, will in fact exercise jurisdiction over crimes that spill over the border into ICC state parties. Therefore, the primary option for accountability and domestic criminal proceedings are based on the principle of universal jurisdiction, that is, no safe havens for perpetrators anywhere in the world. The platform is currently establishing collaboration with national prosecution authorities in countries where proceedings under the universal jurisdiction principle is possible. The platform will support such court proceedings by providing analysis and data to the prosecutions that are engaged in these proceedings. In addition, the platform is collaborating with the OHCHR, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, examination, which has been mandated by the UN Human Rights Council to undertake an examination of the human rights violations that were committed in Belarus with a view to report to the Council in March 2022. The platform is supporting the examination by sharing relevant witness statements. In conclusion, the platform is in fact an unprecedented mechanism for early collection and preservation of information and evidence with a view to promoting accountability for perpetrators by means of all relevant justice mechanisms. We preserve verified evidence to a criminal justice standard that can be used now or in the long term to ensure justice for Belarusians. We hope that the accountability platform model will set a future standard to ensure early collection of evidence, more effective prosecution of perpetrators, and thus providing access to justice for victims of human rights violations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Jens Modvig. And the final speaker in this session that I would like to invite to the podium is a first-hand eyewitness to the human rights atrocities committed by the Soviet Union, Mr. Vyacheslav Bakhmin. Bakhmin was a member of the human rights movement in the Soviet Union, and he's one of the founders of the Working Commission to investigate the use of psychiatry for political purposes. Bakhmin is himself a former political prisoner and spent several years in penal colonies. When perestroika peaked, he became a high-ranking career diplomat in the Russian Foreign Ministry. And he has joined us today to tell us about the current human rights situation in his home country, where sadly psychiatric treatment is against being used as a tool of persecution. Please come up here, Mr. Vyacheslav Bakhmin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here and on this very important conference. And the subject which was asked to cover is very not so pleasant in our country. It's part of our life which make it gloomy and sad, because we face with the number of very hard violation of human rights, repression, and the examples of it, you'll see, if it will be any, yeah. So you see, I'll try to overview the situation with growing pressure and repressions in Russia during the last year and a half, approximately, after the poisoning of Navalny, and especially after his return to Russia in the beginning of this year. You see the points which I try to collect and represent to you. Beatings. It's during the detention in peaceful rallies. It's only one figure, about 17.6 thousand people were detained at actions, peaceful actions, from January 23 to February 2 in 1991. Then arrests with very sad consequences under the widely interpreted and selectively applied articles of criminal code. I should underline that it's first, the criminal code articles were phrased so widely that everybody can be punished. At the same time, those who are punished, they selected very randomly. And as a result, the atmosphere of fear and atmosphere of expecting some punishment covers the part of society, any active part of society. These articles, they have just said here, it's justification of terrorism, which is very widely treated, insulting the feelings of believers. Who knows what is insult or not? We don't understand. Insulting incitement to hostility, violation of sanitary norms. It's added during the COVID era, and dissemination of fake information that also punished. And who decide is it fake or not fake? Of course, the court, which is very unjust, and it do and make sentence any sentence the power wants. Torture, the next item. During the investigation and places of detention, recognition of journalists and activists as foreign agents with a number of negative consequences. Oh, no. Yeah, just to follow what I'm talking. And recognition of journalists and activists as a person, as a foreign agent, with number of negative consequences. Now we have 67 people who are treated as foreign agent. And all of them should set up the special NGO or organization in order to make reports about their activity to the Ministry of Justice and send every month how they spend their money. Even if you go to the shop, you should send report what you bought there, and just because you are a foreign agent. And exclusion of students and teachers from universities for protest activity. What has happened in Soviet time, now it's once more on the place. And I should add maybe one more important thing, which it's impunity of those who make this violation of human rights. We have no cases for the police who beaten people during all these demonstrations or all these rallies. and nobody was punished. Then few recent examples which demonstrate what I have said just now. Anti-corruption fund of Navalny, rather known, was recognized as extremist organizations and banned. Jehovah's Witnesses in 2017 was banned as extremist organization. At least 573 Jehovah's Witnesses were prosecuted in Russia. At least 73 of them are in custody. Videos about torture in Saratov prison hospital became widely known and raised the outrage of people, and now maybe will be some consequences of it in the penitentiary system of Russia. But still, it goes on in everyday basis everywhere. And growing number of foreign agents, persons and NGOs, now it's 181. And Memorial Society, you will well aware about the situation with Memorial Society, and in 14th of December, just in the day when Sakharov died, it will be next court about the Memorial Society, which was now going to be closed down. The whole area of new psychiatric repressions came to the scene, and what have happened in Soviet time, of course, there is difference, and I say about it few words. Now, psychiatry used not as a punishment, but as a threat, mostly, for those who can be treated as unlikely persons or objectionable people. For the last 5 years, the former political prisoner and prisoner of psychiatric hospitals, Viktor Davidov, he published the cases for 5 years, and that's 26 people who, when psychiatric instruments were used for punishment or pressure. And it's only part of it. The case of very well-known Alexander Gabashev, which was shaman from Yakutia, and he organized the trip to the Kremlin to expel Putin from the Kremlin. It's shamanist special procedure how to do it, but he was stopped on the way there several times, and now he's in special psychiatrical hospital in Krasnoyarsk. Personally, disorder, one of the formulation for what people can be treated as wrong people is a personal disorder expressed as an active life position striving for self-realization and persistence and categorical defense of one's opinion. That is formal decision about one of our people who were detained. And the difference between Soviet time and present time. There is a law which wasn't at Soviet time, law about the psychiatrical hospitals and psychiatrical treatment. And according to the law, only court can decide to forcibly put person in psychiatrical hospital. Beforehand, it wasn't the case. And now it's much more publicity, because in Soviet time, we tried to collect all these cases. We don't know from what, from relatives maybe mostly, and from letters which came to us. But now the media are aware about all these cases, The case is very often published in the paper, and it's raised some, of course, unpleasant for the authorities' reaction. And final comments. The coronavirus epidemic has created additional tension in society and add to those who already exist, and has become a pretext for even greater restrictions for any independent public activity. Emigration of young people for political reasons, because fear of arrests, and many of them now in Eastern European countries as refugees, and economic reason. And the polls shows that 50% of young people wish to immigrate. It doesn't mean that all of them immigrate, but still this wish exists because of a number of different reasons. And frustration and even depressions for part of society because of all these pressures. And more diverse and sophisticated methods of repression potentially applicable to everyone, and growing inequity between people, and lead to the worsening psychological climate in the country. That is the result of what have happening in our country for the last years. But nevertheless, the civil society in the country not only survives, but also develops, demonstrates resilience and solidarity and mutual assistance in this difficult situation. So I should finish with some hope that in spite of all these pressures, the people are still trying to do their best to override these repressions. So, thank you.
Thank you very much to Vyacheslav Bakhmin. And now we will have a panel debate to discuss the psychological consequences of state repression. And I remind you, the audience, that you are very welcome to ask questions to the panelists in a moment. You just raise your hand, state who you are. We'll bring you a mic. And even the people watching the conference online can ask questions if they use the commentary field. Then our social manager will bring the questions up here. So please, Roger de van Boren, Jana Javachishvili, Jens Modvig, and Vyacheslav Bakhmin, come up here and have a seat. Yeah, and before we let the audience have a say, I have an opening question for you all. Because we understand from this session's presentations that the psychological consequences of state repression are grave, and that there has not been paid sufficient attention to that field. But actually that sounds strange to me, because there has been attention to human rights violations for decades. So why would the psychological aspect of human rights violation be such a new area of research? After all, Alexander Solzhenitsyn has written extensively about the psychological consequences of state repression. So that's a question for you all. Who wants to have a go?
Can I start?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Anna, for this question, because it's really wondering how we actually have this tendency to hide trauma, because trauma is a topic which has, on the one hand, tendency to reveal itself via symptoms, via nightmares, via traumatic repetitive behavior. On the other hand, our psychic itself tries to actually not to speak about it. It's very painful, but it's also very shameful. And trauma, especially during the trauma which is caused by the repressive political regimes, the whole society is participating. Bystanders, on the one hand, they are actually afraid to raise their voice, and they are in a role of victim. But at the same time, they are tolerating repressions, just bystanding repressions, and they are aggressors in this sense. And which means that after the regime is over, it's a huge shame hidden in the society. Nobody speaks about it because it's shameful and it's forgotten, and narratives are changing actually. Yeah. So I would say that trauma dialectics means that it reveals itself, but it actually keeps everything silent. So that's one of the causes, but there are much more causes. For example, macho culture within the dissidents community, which does not allow dissidents to acknowledge that they are traumatized. I was fascinated by Glusman today because he speaks about his own trauma and how he deals with it, still dealing with it. That's also about culture, that's about not having reliable services to approach and trustworthy services, and also trust is damaged when person is traumatized or community is traumatized. And if trust is damaged, then help-seeking behavior is not there. So that's complex causes which we can discuss, yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting that Jana mentions Glusman, because this is the first time that Glusman actually talks about his trauma. And we've been friends since 1988, and it never really was an item of discussion. Right? Because you have to understand, we are functioning in a region where psychiatry was very negatively pursued, also because of the political views of psychiatry, about which Vyacheslav Bakhmin talked. So the stigma of mental health is severe. And if we look, for instance, at a country like Belarus, we see that the stigma is still very much there, Soviet stigma. You never talk about mental health issues.
And
plus fear. Fear, paranoia, and then the idea that you need to go out and tell your story, which also exposes you, because when you tell your story, you tell what you have been doing, and that might be turned against you. So there are multiple reasons why people keep silent.
Jens Moody, did you want to add
I agree completely what Jana and Robert said, that there are a lot of obstacles in admitting that you actually have mental health problems even after torture. I think the professionals know very well about the psychological impact. If we look at Dignity, who was one of the first rehabilitation centers for victims of torture, we started in '98 with maybe a more medical approach. But today, it's much, much more a psychological approach at dealing with these problems. And if we look at IRCT, who is an association of more than 150 international rehabilitation centers, I think practically all of them will offer psychological support. But that doesn't change the fact that Robert and Jana are talking about. One area where I do think that the psychological aspects are still a big problem. That is, for instance, in the courts. We know that in some states, torture is exercised as torture that leaves no marks. And that means sophisticated ways of creating severe pain or suffering without using physical instruments. For instance, the musical torture of the CIA, where every time a victim was going to be interrogated with waterboarding, they played one particular tune. It was like conditioning of Pavlov's dogs. And that means when they heard high music all the time, but when they listened to particularly that, they knew that they were going to be taken for interrogation and torture. And the courts don't fully acknowledge that these are psychological consequences. Where are the physical damages? So we still have a problem here. It's still a very important issue to deal with.
Mr. Viat, would you like to add something?
I can add a few words about the culture. Because in the United States, for example, almost every family have the psychologist as advisor. And they goes there with, in any case, when happens something. But in Soviet Union and in Russia in particular, there is no credit to any psychiatrists or even psychologists, because it's no culture to communicate with them or to decide their internal problems with specialists. We are trying to keep everything inside myself or inside my family at least. And if you share maybe with friends, close friends, but not never with stranger who calls himself psychiatrist. For us, it's impossible. That is only adds to this behavior of our people.
Professor Tatiana Yankelivis, do you have some concluding thoughts on this question?
Thank you, Inskar. I want
I was deep in thought. I'm sorry. Well, I actually have a couple of observations that I wanted to share. Is this working?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I was very much impressed by the videos that Robert brought over, and particularly with the video with the women who are also a product of, obviously by their age, they are probably around the same age as I am, and so they are a product of Soviet society and Russian kind of style, or Slavic, if you will, upbringing, that you don't talk about trauma. And yet they found the courage to seek people who will understand, and they found the courage to make this video, which makes it so much more powerful, because you can share their grief and their pain. And I must say that that's a lot. And if they have overcome the stigma, I think quite a few people can. Of course, they are impelled very powerfully by their experience. And I hope to God that not many people have to go through this, because losing their child, or hoping that child is still alive and not knowing if it is, or a close family member like a brother, that's quite something. But of course, they are tremendously courageous and very strong. And I must say that I'm surprised that Glusman was reluctant to speak until now, which I just heard from Robert. Because my explanation to that would be that Glusman is a particularly strong character and a very a courageous person, and even for him it was difficult to speak about it until just recently. Hopefully there'll be more people who do not feel stigmatized, and I think that sharing this pain is tremendously, it's like a catharsis that helps people overcome it and continue to live and to do what they do. So I very much hope for that.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because You know, when we were making these clips, there's one thing that I realized. So with Glusman, we've been working for 30 years in Ukrainian mental health care, trying to destigmatize the subject.
But not himself.
And we have had so many projects, and all the time we're sitting thinking, well, you know, it's all for nothing, no result. But now we saw the result, because in Ukraine, talking about your mental health distress has become much more acceptable and regular than in a country like Belarus. And working in Belarus, I see how much progress we actually have been able to do in Ukraine. So, you know, it's an optimistic note. There is also a positive side to this.
And now the audience should have a chance to ask questions. I have a lot of questions, but yes, we have a lady over here.
Thank you. My name is Britta Kvist. I'm from the Danish radio. I would like to ask Mr. Robert van Waaren about this Samopomocz project. When you describe different kinds of trauma, I wonder if the whole Belarusian society as such is actually traumatized from what has happened, and what the consequences would be of this, if that's the case.
Well, I can give a very simple answer. That is the fact that in 10 months we have had 650,000 views on our Facebook page talking about these issues, and 95% is from Belarus. And then, you know, some of the other countries, they're from the United States, they're from African countries, which clearly are people that have a VPN. So they are hiding their IP address. So we're pretty sure that the overwhelming majority is from Belarus. It shows how big the need is. Yes, sure, you have a society which is fundamentally shaken. And I think one of the goals of our program is that the sooner you answer the psychological distress, the more chance you have to prevent a long-lasting trauma. So this early intervention is really a very essential issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, we have gotten a question for Jens Modvig from our online audience. And it says, I understand that the International Accountability Platform is a coalition of civil society organizations only. What are the main obstacles or advantages in your work being independent from governments? It says.
Well, obviously, we are independent since we are civil society organizations. But one of the obstacles is that it's the first time ever that such a coalition is, in fact, having this role of filling the gap until the international community can establish accountability. And that means that we have to, for instance, we don't have diplomatic immunity. Like the United Nations mechanisms, they benefit from diplomatic immunity, as well as from security facilities that we as NGOs don't have. This means that we are up against, and our Belarusian partners, very courageous partners, are really paying the price here, because most of these managements of the organizations are actually behind bars. That would not happen with a UN-based or an intergovernmental mechanism. So there are some obstacles, but nevertheless, we managed to continue the work. And even in spite of the repression in Belarus, the documentation of human rights violations and international crimes continue.
Thank you. And we had a third question over here.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Henry, and I'm the Secretary General of the International Rehabilitation Council for Torture Survivors and Victims. I have two questions, but first I'd like to make a comment. And the comment is, I'm really happy to be in a conference today where there's so many young people. This issue, I think, is very much about youth. And I think what we're seeing in Belarus and in many other countries that we're talking about today are young activists on the streets suffering torture, suffering ill treatment, and having to move forward and carry that with them. So I'm really happy that there's so many youth here today, because I think this is going to be a part of the legacy you will have to carry forward and help to fight. So my question is to both Robert and to Jana, with that in mind, these are many young activists who are impacted, who are carrying the burden and the bruises on their bodies these days, and the forensic evidence is there that proves it. Are the tools that you have available, for example, this platform, are they going to be one of the tools to help rehabilitate and heal some of the younger activists who've been impacted, do you think more rapidly or better in some way? So they don't have to wait 25, 30, 40, 50 years to deal with that trauma? That's the first question. The second is going on to the platform, Jens. We're really happy that there's a rapidly formed mechanism. Again, this is about speed, it's about evidence, but I'm wondering in what example are we going to use? Is there an example where the forensic evidence and the evidence that's been gathered can be taken and used under the terms of international jurisdiction? Is there an example we're striving to follow? Is there a case that's been tried somewhere else in the world that we can actually look to for the precedence that has to be set? Thank you.
You start and I will go.
Yeah. Yes, I think you know, part of the work that we do is prevention and early intervention, and I think this is a very important step in order to reduce the number of people that will be living long-lasting with traumatic experiences and deep trauma. The age is indeed, I think, an essential element. So a lot of the activists that are living in Lithuania, where I'm based, that we are helping, I meet them very often before they start and then afterwards, and I see the difference. So really short-term intervention is very effective in helping them to re-establish their life, as it were, and to continue it. I think the big problem that we are now facing is that everybody starts to understand that Lukashenko is not going to disappear tomorrow. And so that gives another demand to their facing life, because it means that you will have to start living in exile, and you will have to start building up a life outside the country, and you will not be meeting your relatives, your parents, brothers, sisters for a long time. And the result is, again, another phase of psychological distress, burnout. And so we are trying to, you know, react to this and try to help them also in this respect.
Yeah, I would add that actually to deal with traumatic experience, one needs to accept what happened, and one needs to put meaning into this experience. So that's an existential process, let's say. And of course, not only within the medical or mental health frame and paradigm. If the crisis is over, then it's possible already to put in place other mechanisms, because without mechanisms of justice, bringing justice to what happened, it's difficult to deal with your own traumatic experience, which is caused by political oppression. So we don't have illusions that just psychotherapy or psycho-counseling or psychoeducation can heal. But it can heal from moral injury or contribute to healing from moral injury. It can prepare good grounds for reconsideration, your traumatic experience, and it could strengthen resilience. And not to stigmatize concept of trauma, I would say that all of us, we are exposed, about more than 80% of world population are exposed at least once of their lifetime to potentially traumatic stressors. But less than 9% develops post-traumatic stress disorder. So the percent is much higher in case of torture or other ill treatments related trauma. But still, we do have resilience. And people in Belarus, they are tremendously resilient. So speaking of Belarus case, if we support the resilience, that's already triggering processes which are healing processes. And yeah, we cannot address everything now because that's not only mental health tracks, that should be justice as well. But yeah, we can support.
Okay, there are a lot more questions also from me, but as a moderator, I have no moral right to encroach on your lunch rights. So therefore, I will say on behalf of all of us, thank you for your time and for sharing your perspectives, and we all wish you success in your very important work. And for everybody present in the room, there is sandwiches and beverages outside in the hall, and again, for those online, they have to help themselves. But stay tuned also online, because after the break, we will have another magnificent session. In 1 hour from now, 1:40 Copenhagen time, I hope that you will all be back for the afternoon program, Censorship and Freedom of Speech. Thank you. After the break, I hope you enjoyed the lunch. We will now begin the afternoon program of the 11th International Sakharov Conference. This morning, we focused on the psychological consequences of state repression with case stories from Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. For the afternoon program, we now change our focus to freedom of expression, specifically the challenges and risks facing many journalists today. So, I look forward to introducing human rights activists, investigative journalists, digital media experts, and other relevant professionals here at the podium. And we will again end this session with a panel discussion. And to those of you who are following the conference online, remember that you can ask questions to the speakers by adding them in the commentary field. And then I will ask them to the panelists in question. And the speakers in this session will tell about their work to protect freedom of expression in Poland, Azerbaijan, Russia, and Ukraine. Even though the presenters come from very different countries, they all share the same experience that freedom of expression is under increased threat to journalists and media. And that's of course terrible, since free media is mandatory. It's essential for a healthy democracy. We need critical journalists to ask the important and sometimes uncomfortable questions, and we need media to broadcast them. So therefore, I have asked Tine Johansen to introduce this session. She is the president of the Danish Union of Journalists, as well as a board member of International Media Support, among many other things. And she will present her perspectives on the challenges facing many journalists worldwide. Freedom of speech is under pressure. As journalists work together across borders, so do offenders. Please welcome Tine Johansen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak here today and to introduce this important session. Because today, in these very minutes, two brave journalists and editors are standing in the City Hall in Oslo and making a lecture about their important work. They receive today the Nobel Peace Prize 2021. The two are Maria Ressa from the Philippines, who started the critical magazine Rappler, and Russian editor Dmitry Muratov of the daily Novaya Gazeta. They both pay a very high price for uncovering abuse of power, corruption, and suppression of human rights in their home countries. This year's Nobel Peace Prize honors not only the important journalism that Ressa and Muratov each day put their lives at risk for, but it's also a recognition of the free and independent press all over the globe. Press freedom is a fundamental pillar of democracy, but it's under pressure in many parts of the world. Therefore, I'm honored to speak here today, grateful to be able to shine a light on all the colleagues around the world who every day insist on using their voice and their profession to give others a voice. In the last 20 years, more than 1,400 media workers have been killed in service. And in 8 out of 10 cases, the killers are either not identified or convicted. Right now, the situation is very critical for our colleagues in Afghanistan, Belarus, Mexico, Yemen, and in many other countries. It's a dangerous profession indeed to be a journalist. Today, I ask you to pay tribute to those brave colleagues. Freedom of speech cannot be taken for granted. We must appreciate it, we must defend it. Sakharov, he used his voice to fight for the free word and for human rights. He also used his profession to develop a weapon that could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. I've been thinking that there might be a parallel to what nowadays seems to be one of the biggest threats against the free word and the freedom of speech, the so-called free internet. It was a great gift to the public debate when internet became everyone's property, and social media gave a voice to everybody. But with time, a democratic tool has become a threat to the same public debate. Non-transparent algorithms promote the most extreme views and polarize the debate. Scientific research in Eastern Europe and in the Balkans shows that in countries with a strong political polarization, there is a direct link to the public's mistrust in the media. Those mechanisms will erase trust between people, and it will destabilize democracy. Our colleagues are increasingly experiencing intimidation, threats, harassment, and trolling online. Important voices, especially minorities and female voices, are being repressed from the public debate because others and more extreme voices, anonymously and with no costs, create a toxic debate and define the rules. Self-censorship sneaks in. And when we lose the diversity of the democratic choir, the debate will lack nuances. We will all lose. Another serious threat against press freedom is SLAPP, Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. In many countries, also close to where we are now, systematic lawsuits are filed against critical voices to silence them. The lawsuits are brought with accusation on defamation, slander, or insults of a head of state. The plaintiffs are big companies, powerful individuals, or even public bodies. The aim is to move the debate from a political and critical democratic arena to the legal system. In Turkey alone, there are several thousand SLAPP suits filed against journalists, media outlets, NGOs, and academics. To the individual, those accusations are exhausting and costly. And in a long-term perspective, the lawsuits will harm democracy and silence critic voice. Again, self-censorship will sneak in. Lately, important journalism has been produced across borders. Journalists and IT professionals have been working together on revealing abuse of power globally. Panama Papers, for example, or LuxLeaks would never have seen the light of day if the journalists had not cooperated and put their work into one pool. The threats and intimidation follow the journalistic work across country borders. Those who antagonize the critical press and the freedom of speech have also found a way to work independent of national constraints. Therefore, we must find the response together. The international solidarity and support of the free word has never been more important than now in the digital and global era. In a few moments, we will welcome here on stage some of those who work with and defend critical journalism, freedom of speech, and face the consequences. It is their important work we are here to celebrate and support. Self-censorship must not sneak in. Thank you for your essential work, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Thank you very much to Tine Johansen. And the next speaker I would like to welcome up here is, my Dutch is a little rusty, Robert van der Noda. Is that approximately? Yeah. Robert is an investigative journalist and expert on digital security and trolling. And originally he's from the Netherlands, but since then he has lived in Ukraine and Belarus as well.
In Russia and Ukraine for many years.
Russia and Ukraine for many years. And he is the founder of the software company Trollrensics that specializes in analysis of hybrid warfare. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can start this. Should I turn it on? Or? I go back. Yeah, it's almost a funny name. I will come back to it later, but I did indeed start a software company to analyze propaganda, hybrid warfare, etc. on social media. And we named the company Forensics with Trolls, so the name is Trollrensics. About me, I'll keep that very short. I don't have a lot of time here. I can talk for hours about all these investigations, which I won't. I started working in Ukraine during Orange Revolution in 2004. And I think that was the moment when I was really grabbed by the enthusiasm of the people to be part of a democratic country. Till 2016, I spent most of my time in working in Ukraine, but also in Russia. From the end of 2012 till the end of 2015, I lived in Russia. So I know both countries, and I worked in dozens of cities throughout those both countries. When Maidan started, I always say it was like they installed Soviet Union version 2.0. That was what it felt like to me. I came home one day, I turned on the TV, and there was this young reporter. She claimed she was in Kharkiv, and she said there is this grandma. The grandma was standing next to her, and it's the city in the northeast of Ukraine. And she said they killed the Russians in some apartment building, and they're now burning the bodies outside. There were no images of this. So I thought, okay. So I picked up the phone and said, Maxime, you're in the center of Kharkiv. I'm watching this story on TV. And he laughed. He said, yeah, we've seen those stories. There's nothing going on here. I mean, it would have been in local press. There's not a lot going on in Kharkiv. The other thing I noticed was that on social media, and I was using at that time Vkontakte, Facebook, Twitter, I saw huge amounts of strange accounts. And I already understood, I saw some signs from far right in the Netherlands and other countries that basically this is an attack on your democracy. And I started first just looking at it, clicking a bit, looking at these pictures and this kind of stuff. But I soon understood that if it's like a puzzle, a very complicated puzzle, but if you know what you're doing, you can actually reverse image search, reverse engineer all these troll campaigns. So the first tools was just online, reverse image search on some profile, and then I found that the user with the name, the picture was stolen from some girl in Italy, and this kind of stuff. Then I asked an ICT friend of mine, I explained to him what I'd been doing for a lot of time, and he started building tools to do it in a more professional way. I don't think I need to go really into this, but it's all this propaganda. It doesn't matter whether it's Russian propaganda or whether it's Polish propaganda or whether it's COVID propaganda. It all erodes your democracy. And in a lot of European countries, we see this sort of swing towards far right, often with a Kremlin component. And I don't want to be part of some society that is moving into a non-democratic system. It's a danger now with COVID propaganda for your health. You can drop dead if you neglect all these COVID rules and contract it, you don't take a vaccine and this kind of stuff. Or Trump in the White House says, I won the elections and a few hundred people ran into this Capitol, 4 people died, 200 injured. And you see a lot of radicalization on social media, people who slowly go down to this rabbit hole and become even violent and start threatening politicians or journalists. This is probably how I should end, but I really think that in the end you can do, without even touching freedom of speech. I don't think a troll farm is freedom of speech. I think you can really do something about this, but what you would need is to take this behavioral code that you have in the EU, to take it onto a level of EU legislation. You need to start really young with the education system on our democratic values and what is true and what isn't true. And that's what I'm doing. I think you can really do a lot more in analyzing this stuff and debunking and showing to the public what is out there, because nobody recognizes that it's a troll farm, that it's a company with a few thousand accounts. But if you know what you're doing, you can analyze, you can find it all. This is the most powerful report that has ever been written on the increase of social media campaigns. It's an Oxford study which shows that they saw these campaigns in 2017 in 28 countries. 1 year later, already 48 countries. 1 year later, 70 countries. Published last year, end of the year, 81. And we haven't seen the worst of it. It's getting worse still. I'm sure it will be up to 100 at the end of this year and will probably be published, hopefully, at the beginning of next year. The first example I will show you is from 2018. And I took this example not because maybe it would have been nice to show something very recent, which I will do after this one, but this is very powerful way of showing what you can encounter as a normal citizen on social media. I started tracking, I heard about this internet research agency and I started tracking these trolls. I found them already before Twitter even found them, and I was even in discussions with these trolls because I spent a lot of time on the downing of MH17, which is also, by the way, the most powerful evidence that this is unfortunately a Kremlin war. This graph which shows, and on the far left it's beginning of 2014, on the far right you can see about 2018 when Twitter deleted those accounts. These are tweets from about 3,840 accounts, if I remember correctly. So we're talking about 4,000 profiles almost, run by a number of people. So these people have, I don't know, 20, 30 accounts, and they have windows open and they can put stuff on all these accounts. This graph shows per time unit the number of tweets. And at some point I talked to US State Department. There was even somebody from FBI in this talk, and this guy said the worst campaign from this internet research agency is the American elections, Trump, to get Trump elected. This shows that it's not the biggest campaign actually, because the biggest peak that you see, that was 17th of July. It's actually 3 days, this peak. It's 17th, 18th, and 19th of July 2014. That was the date that MH17, Malaysian flight 17, was shot down at 16:20 local Ukrainian time. So what we did with software, we took apart those 3 days. Probably it will run longer, but the most important is the day that it was downed and the 2 days after this. And that is very interesting to what you can see then. It was, by the way, published in Wall Street Journal, Daily Beast. The original is in Dutch oldest magazine called De Groene Amsterdammer, which is like the green person from Amsterdam. On 17th, the plane was shot down. It took maybe half an hour before they understood that something was shot down in Ukraine. The biggest peak is not on 17th, but on 18th. This troll army started basically on the 11 o'clock, so apparently their boss had some talk with all these trolls. We're massively, with about 3,000 accounts, going to do one thing, 24 hours non-stop of only pushing propaganda for MH17. We used a programming language called Python to export this. You can see that there is no clear campaign on 17th, but on 18th and 19th there was a huge campaign. It's 65,000 tweets about MH17. There were a lot more, but there were 65,000 tweets that used 3 hashtags. So we have Kiev Spil Boeing, Provokacja Kieva, and Kiev Skazi Pravdu. In English, Kiev shot down the Boeing, Kiev speak the truth, and Kiev provocation. So it's very clearly aimed at blaming Ukraine. If you look at the total number of tweets, and there were more than these 65K, we're talking about 2 days, 111,486 tweets. The campaign started at 11th on 18th and lasted exactly 24 hours. So on 11th, on 19th, it stopped. It was exactly 24 hours. The interesting thing is that the day it was shot down, first they said it was AN-14 Ukrainian airplane, which we all know there was no plane shot down that day, so that's not true. One very interesting thing is that all these trolls said the same thing that everyone was saying in international press, and that is that Russian/separatists, whatever you call them, the DNR shot down the plane. And one of the most interesting things was that one of these stupid trolls from this army said at 18 minutes past 6, Sakharov is not sorry for downing the airplane. So they even knew exactly who shot it down. He's the #1 suspect in the court case, which just restarted a few days ago. The interesting thing is that you can look at it across media. So it was also on Instagram, but they also wrote blogs on LiveJournal. And the really weird thing was that they spent that evening, immediately at 16:20, they started writing a lot of blogs on this MH17. Originally, it's American, this LiveJournal, but it's now more of a Russian platform. And one of the stories is about Ukrainian or the Spanish air traffic controller at Kiev-Borispol airport who claimed to have seen airplanes, Ukrainian fighter planes, near the MH17 flight. He was found in a cooking show, funny enough, by a journalist that I know. And this guy is a fraud. He doesn't speak Russian. His tweets are in Russian. They helped him with it. He didn't live in Ukraine at that time. Nobody would employ a Spanish guy as air traffic controller at Kiev-Borispol airport anyways. He claimed that he received $40,000 from Russian sources, which he never revealed, unfortunately. It would have been interesting to see some sort of bank account thing about this. He's a fraud. Most bizarre thing is that a couple of days ago, the defense from Russian Pulatov used it as evidence in the court case, this Carlos story. It's completely, it's debunked so many times that it's bullshit. There is no Carlos at Borispol Airport. These are exactly the kinds of campaigns that we dig up. We have now between 3 and 10 people working on such cases in a lot of different countries. We're now analyzing Belarusian propaganda, for instance, aimed at Lithuania. It's a NATO project. And that is something that will take us back to today. And that is also interesting to see how they use all these troll armies. So we see stuff like Belarus didn't fly in these people from Iraq, these kinds of claims. They blame the EU, this kind of stuff. Apparently, these are former ISIS members to make people afraid that ISIS will start bombing your country if they take these people into Lithuania or whatever, and they're pushed over the border to Polish side or to Lithuanian or Ukrainian side. It's bizarre. It's not finished yet, but I thought it was interesting to show at least some examples of what you can find. And we can deal with most social media platforms that you have So we're doing this on Twitter, Facebook, Vcontacti, Instagram, etc. Very quickly, I didn't hear a bell yet, luckily. So I will show a few examples where you can use this kind of research wider. So we built artificial intelligence, so we can do network analyses on tweets or posts on certain social media. We were asked by the Ministry of Health in the Netherlands in the beginning of this year. They said, we want to tackle this COVID problem. We have a group, 28% of our population has doubts about taking this vaccine. There's a lot of propaganda out there which is preventing these people from getting this vaccine. And they said, we think we can, with your help, we can bring it down. So we started analyzing all narratives. We will turn into lizards in 2 years. We will all be dead in 2 years, this kind of stuff. We broke it down into narratives. We found these troll farms. All media pushing this anti-vax stuff, we analyzed. And in the end, the government used it to make new websites, campaigns, this kind of stuff. And we went down from 28% of people who had doubts to 10%. So that was a very successful project. We also supply this software. Now the municipality of Amsterdam is using it also to analyze COVID pandemic within their municipality, for instance. So we don't do the projects ourselves. We just give them our software. This is the NATO project that we're working now on in Lithuania. And one very bizarre result, and one colleague from Lithuania just sent me, we now notice that there are Chinese troll farms pushing very heavy Russian propaganda on social media. We will organize a conference in the 3rd week of January. So if anyone's interested, give me a shout. I'll give you an email address and I can send you an invitation. It's also used by media. So this is a TV show called Pointer from the media broadcast company KRO NCRV, and they analyzed social media and they found this huge anti-vax troll army, about 150 accounts. That were also, these people were also threatening politicians in the Netherlands. So some of these people were at the end arrested, I think even. And what we do is election monitoring on social media. So we dig up strange narratives, propaganda, fake polls, far-right kinds of campaigns, this kind of stuff that was done for the Dutch Minister of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And we train in some countries like Lithuania, Ukraine, Poland, Czech Republic. We train people, and in Ukraine, NATO gives the budget for this.
Could you hand me the bell, please?
Yes. And I'm at the end. That was perfect. So, yeah. You're saved by the bell, I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Robert van der Noorder. And the next in line is Maja Masurkovic from Poland. She is the co-founder of the organization Alliance for Europe that aims to bring together civil society around the importance of the European Union. She also works for the European Front, a coalition of organizations that are united in the support for the European Union. Sadly, the Polish government's encroachments on media freedom show us that repression of freedom of speech is not confined to countries within the EU. Outside the EU, I meant, of course. It is also a challenge facing journalists working within the EU. And Maja Masurkovic has come to tell us about the situation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much for being in here. And first of all, I must say that my heart is bleeding because indeed, I'm the only representative that's going to be speaking in here about the media freedom of the country that is in the European Union. And when I was a teenager, I was working to get Poland into the European Union We are almost there 18 years. I've been working for the president of Poland, from the previous president of Poland, and I've seen how much Poland has done, and I had so much hope, and I thought that everything is possible. But right now I'm here as well to tell you that everything is possible, and also on the wrong side. And that can happen because we are using lies. And Andrei Sakharov has said that the most powerful weapon in the world is truth. And I wish it would be still. But right now I'm asking a question, whether the most powerful weapon in the world is truth or is lies. Right now with disinformation, we're having so much lies putting out there. And the truth is that we really need to consider of how we're communicating. And Robert has said a lot about disinformation. And the biggest fear of disinformation is that it's changing the attitudes of people. And what we are having in Poland right now, it's not because, I don't know, Poles are different or they are going to the East or they are Eastern Europeans. I'm sorry, no, we are very much pro-European. I will show you that later. But attitudes of most of the people have been changed by using disinformation, by using lies, by using very simple communication techniques. And that can happen everywhere. And by saying that, of course, media are very important. So he who controls the media controls the public. And who knows that better if not the populists? Populists are trying to get into the media. And I will not tell you that there is no free media in Poland. There is free media in Poland. But Poland, since 6 years, became very polarized. There's a bit of two nations within the country right now. And also, there's polarization of the media. And the media that are not on the side of the government are struggling. So I'll show you a bit of the examples of what the government is doing to free media. But by starting, I will show you the World Press Freedom Index done by the Federation of Journalists and of the Borders. And basically, since 2015, we lost 46 places. So with the newest report that was published at the beginning of the 2021, Poland became number 64. And that's alarming. And Tina has already said about SLAPs. There are several different measures and research already made in Poland, but the SLAPs are rising. We can see that the research conducted by the Journalist Society that was published in May 2021 is saying about 66 cases, but there's also 187 state-linked lawsuits against journalists. And that consider journalists and the free media, and they are very much done by the state-owned companies, by the politicians, and by different, and also by the national media that is very much controlled by politics. And the national media in Poland right now, it's a propaganda machine. While I'm watching two main news programs in Poland, that one is at 7, and it's run by TVN, that is a Discovery channel. And the other one is run by, at 7:30, that is the Polish National TV channel. It's like living into parallel realities. But all of those things are changing the attitudes of people, because of course, the national media are having much bigger reach. And another big issue is money. And we might say that money doesn't matter, but money matters a lot. And those that are trying to change the attitudes, bring in the nationalism, bring in the populism, we've seen that in UK, we've seen that in US, we've seen that in Poland, they are having a lot of money. And in Poland, current government is using the money of the state-owned company. And I give you in here the quite new, just from a year ago, example. The biggest media outlet that was having 20 out of 24 regional dailies in Poland was bought by the Polish state-owned company dealing with oil and gas. And already back in 2015, Kaczyński has said about the repolonization of media. And that's what he started to say, that we need more Polish media, because other than that, the media are controlled by the foreign states. And financing of the media, another thing that definitely we need to talk, and I hope that we're going to talk about it in the, also in the panel, because we need to change the way how the media are financing. Right now they're struggling. So what is happening in Poland? The government is using the advertising money of the state-owned companies, but also of themselves, to give more money into the media that are supporting the line of the government. And there's example, for example, from the first quarter of 2021, that Polsat, that it's a bit more in the middle, but still like closer to the government, and TVPs, the Polish national media, got basically like, you see how many more percentage of the advertising budget in comparison to TVN group, that is Discovery Media. And there was also example during the beginning of the pandemic of COVID, when there was advertisement about the COVID, and Gazeta Wyborcza, that is also free media in Poland, they haven't got any advertisement of the government around the topic of the pandemic, which is also dangerous. Because if you have the polarization of the society, if you have media that are only being read by part of the society and by the other, it's an issue. And then on the 10th of February 2021, there was a big action of media against introduction of tax for media advertising, because that was another part of the government what they wanted to bring in order to destabilize the freedom of media. And the whole free media, they basically went on this action, Media Without Choice. So all the programs in the TV, they were stopped. All the newspapers, they were having this big action. And it was like a big action that also was very responded by the Polish society. Unfortunately, until now, this law is not being accepted. Another thing, it was so-called TVN law. So basically, the government didn't want to get the license or prolong the license for the TVN 24. There's the news media of the Discovery Channel. And it was also a big international problem. So US government needed to interact in this. And there was a protest of the whole civil society of people. A lot of people were taking place. And that's what I want to show you as well, that Poland is polarized, but there are people that are fighting for our freedom and freedom of media. But what is doing the Polish national TV? I show you that on the 10th there was a protest. On the 11th, in the national media, there was a big 6 minutes program on journalists and opposition leaders in the national media that were blame-shaming them. So there was not much saying about the protest, but rather saying that they are, like Russia spies or things like that. So harassments of the leaders and of the journalists. And as I said already, the most powerful weapon is the truth, and I hope we can still make it. But if we look at what also the government is doing, and I think I said that I'm coming from Gdańsk, and 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, mayor of Gdańsk has been killed, stopped during the charity event in the middle of my city. And in the year before, so in 2018, Polish national TV have talked about him negatively 1,773 times. And then the person that stopped him was sitting in the prison where only national media were allowed. And only today, the Prosecution Act was brought to court because they needed to, because they only have 3 years. But for 3 years, there was no action taken. And we need to see what the free media can do, and we need to see what also the government can do if they are manipulating the society. And as I told you, Poland is among the most pro-European nations in the EU. It still is. We are like more than 80% of Poles saying that they are happy of the European Union. But also the research back in 2017, so basically right after the crisis of the refugees, has said that 51.2% of the population would prefer to leave the European Union than to accept the refugees. And then when we look at the situation at the border right now, and what is happening on the Polish-Belarusian border, and Robert, you said a bit about that, but I'm very, very worried. And those are the pictures of the TVP info, so basically the national government manipulation propaganda tool, that are talking about the war basically happening in there. They are all the time saying that the refugees are people that are coming in order to fight freedom of Poland. And there is a problem. The journalists are not being accepted into the border. So there we need to take action, and I'm sure that we're going to talk about what we need to do in the panel, because there is a lot of things that can be done, and I hope that we'll be able to do that.
Thank you very much to Maja Masurkovic, and I'll make sure that we address the question about what can be done during the panel discussion. Now I would like to introduce Alexei Kaslyuk, who comes from a country that has drawn very much attention, not positive, but attention lately, Belarus. Alexei Kaslyuk is the co-founder of the Belarusian NGO Human Constanta. And Human Constanta was founded in 2016 to protect human rights, including digital freedom and rights for journalists, and to promote anti-discrimination and fair treatment of migrants. In recent years, under the regime of Lukashenko, Human Constanta was liquidated in Belarus, and Alexei and his colleagues have been forced to work from exile. Please, Alexei Kaslyuk, come up here.
Thank you so much. So I will consult with my computer to save some paper. The organizers allow me to have some freedom to decide on the topic of my speech. Well, you know, we lack some freedom in Belarus, so I'm very grateful for this. Well, but the freedom is a hard job, you know. And it's not only about choosing the right sandwich with chicken or with bacon, but also choosing right political agenda, like right political platform or president or some other political, hard political choices. So today I have to choose what to speak about. Whether it will be like 31 journalists who are now imprisoned in Belarus, or dozens of blocked media outlets in Belarus, or those bloggers who are accused of terrorism just for posting news, or about 20 years old Artyom Boyarsky, who was sentenced yesterday to 5 years in prison for running a Telegram channel. I wish I had no such a choice, and my colleagues would replace me on this place, and so they will talk about all those issues, but some of them are also in prison, so, I have to. But I have chosen another topic, so if I'm mistaken, please tell me, while we'll have this coffee break, so you can ask me about all those questions I mentioned, because today I want to talk to you about an interesting topic which is relevant not only for Belarus, but also for other countries, for the regions, and globally. So that's about tech and human rights, and that's about the role of private companies and human rights violations, or opposite, promoting human rights. I will tell you two stories to start this conversation. So the first story is from August 9, 2020, when, in the very morning of presidential elections, Belarus was cut from the global net. Imagine you wake up, and no Facebook, no YouTube, no Google, no other services. Maybe if that was Sunday, so no business mails, so that's okay. But anyway, we were cut from the whole world, and we didn't know what happening in our country. So we had television, but as you know, so in Belarus, television is only government-run. So maybe only a few geeks who had access to internet via some circumvention tools had the full picture, but the most of population were completely deprived of information. And this, the first in Europe nationwide internet shutdown lasted for 61 hours. 61 hours without internet. So another story is about an activist, Nikolai Zadok. So on November 12, 2020, he was arrested. He was brutally arrested in his apartment near Minsk, and he was severely beaten and tortured during and after arrest, the whole night before he was taken to some facilities. So they did it in order to get access to his devices. And, well, you will ask me, so what is common with all those, with those two stories? So anyway, I have hundreds of them from cases we have monitored last 2 years. But I have chosen these two, and they have common elements. You can guess, of course, this like the evil regime in Belarus, but also another one is the role of tech companies. So the first, disruption of the internet in August 2020 was the result of malicious using of network equipment and software provided by US-based company Sandvine. The same tech was reportedly used in Turkey, in Sudan, Azerbaijan, and some other countries which use this for filtering independent information. Well, and after the journalist of Bloomberg, Ryan Gallagher, revealed the story, Sandvine reported that they cancel all contracts with Belarus. Okay, so the next story about Nikolai, so that was about face recognition system which was installed in Minsk metro by Belarusian company Synesis. And well, in December 2020, this company, it was put on the list of sanctions by EU. So currently, right now, I think that they try to quit all those contracts and transfer the system to another like state-run company. So this is Synesis is a private company. Well, so this is quite very black stories. But at the same time, journalists and activists also rely on technology. And they use technology to promote human rights and to spread information. And for example, after those arrests, searches, and restrictions to access to media websites, a new media ecosystem emerged in Belarus. And an essential part of this media ecosystem is Telegram, which is now the second most popular messenger in the country. And and they did a great job to introduce new security features, security and anonymity features for activists and journalists. So right now, this is very, I would say, widely used for among my colleagues. So, and I think that so we as civil society have quite limited capacity to influence the policies by private companies. But at the same time, I have to praise here the efforts of our international partners who are helping us in this fight. So these are Article 19, Access Now, International Media Support, Amnesty International, and many other devoted human rights groups in the like national human rights groups and international CSOs. Well, and I think that in this fight, a very important role should have the governments. And we need the support of democratic governments around the world in this fight, because we need to persuade private companies to build their policies on, to be more transparent and based on human rights. So right now we don't have these strict policies and widely used policies, but we have to introduce them somehow. And we need to cooperate with private sector to promote human rights. And we need to do this better than authoritarian regimes do. Well, so let's see how we'll manage to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Alexei Kaslyuk. The thing is that my little bell here failed me. So actually there are only a few minutes left of our break that is to end in 5 minutes. So we stand in a huge dilemma, and Ida will decide. Yeah, you will, Ida. Should we skip the break? We will have another break in less than an hour. Or should we have the break? Let's keep going. Okay, Jana Yavachishvili took the decision. We will stick to... Yeah. So we will move ahead, and one of the international organizations mandated to look after freedom of the media all the way from Vancouver to Vladivostok, that is the OSCE. The OSCE deals, among other things, with questions concerning safety of journalists, media pluralism, freedom of expression, and internet freedom. And from the OSCE's Parliamentary Assembly, I would like to welcome Mr. Peter Juul Jensen, who is member of the Danish Parliament for the Liberal Party. And since 2008, Peter has been the head of the Danish delegation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Mr. Peter Juul Jensen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you are aware of that it was not me who rescheduled your break. My name is Peter Juul Jensen, and I'm the head of the Danish delegation to the OSCE PA, the Parliamentary Assembly, since 2008, actually. I'm honored to be allowed to speak here at this conference, which pays tribute to a great advocate for human rights and freedom of expression. I remember Mr. Sakharov from my youth, where both my father and my mother, they spoke very highly of him and in a very respectful way. And trust me, especially my mother, she was a bit critical, so you had to be a very good person to be talked about in a respectful and a good way. But Mr. Sakharov, he made that. But I'm also honored to be here in this room together with so many people who have, according to me, their heart in the right place, who are concerned about human rights and are concerned about the freedom of press. So, thank you. OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization with 57 participating states from Europe, Central Asia, and North America. The organization's main activities include conflict prevention, crisis management, and reform subject support in the field of democracy and human rights. These activities are, of course, launched by the governmental side, but this important work are also backed and pushed forward by the parliaments of the OSCE member states. Since 2019, I have also been treasurer within the Parliamentary Assembly. So I'm a member of the Bureau, actually the body who runs the OSCE PA, under President Margaret Cederfelt from Sweden. The purpose of the OSCE and the OSCE PA is to develop common standards for intergovernmental behavior and relations between citizens and states. The core areas of the OSCE and the OSCE PA are crisis and conflict prevention, reconstruction, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The most important tasks today are conflict prevention and supporting democratic values and building democratic institutions that respect human rights. I stand here as a representative of the Danish delegation for the OSCE. And friends, today at the 11th International Sakharov Conference, I think it is important to understand the historic context of the OSCE, because the OSCE played a significant role to ensure that the international community recognized the universal importance of human rights. The OSCE tracks its origins back to the early 1970s. At this time, the Cold War divided the world into two: America and Europe in the West, and the Soviet Union in the East. On both sides of the Iron Curtain, the weapon mobilization and the military defense were top priorities because no one knew the other's intentions. In this context, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE, was created to serve as a multilateral forum for dialogue and negotiation between East and West. On August 1st, 1975, 35 European states, Canada and US, signed the Helsinki Final Act. This document presented key commitments aimed at liaising tensions and opening further the lines of communications between peoples of the East and West. The Helsinki Final Act became an important reference point for human rights groups in communist countries and were used to put internal pressure on leaders to comply with these commitments. This played a significant role in the democratic protest movement that would later lead to the fall of the Soviet Union. The fall of the Soviet Union was caused by a number of factors. To name a few, an unstable economy, the rising of nationalist movements in many of the Soviet states, and failure to compete with the rising living standards in the Western world. However, I also think that the Helsinki Final Act helped to nurture this development, mostly because it is manifested that all humans, West and East of the Iron Curtain, deserve the right to fundamental human rights. This point of reference served as an important moral compass for activists in the Soviet Union during the time of confusion and radical transition. The Helsinki Act is still today a very important paper within the OSCE. When a member state has elections, the department called ODIHR, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, carefully considers whether there is basis for an election observation. If one is initiated, all conditions in the country are examined, both human rights, election law, the power of the president or government, and the role of the parliament, but also, to some extent, the human rights. The week before this one, I returned from Kyrgyzstan, where I was the special coordinator at the parliamentarian elections appointed by the president of the OSCE PA. The election was on the 28th of November, but the ODIHR had long-term observers in the country by October to monitor press, election and political tension. A few days before the election day, about 300 short-term observers were flown in to watch the election event itself. A report is prepared and submitted to the parliament and the government. but also recommendations on how to improve both the election law and the conduct of the election, so that you are more in step with what you signed up for as a country when you joined the OSCE. Will the OSCE, with its total of 57 member states on 3 continents and with more than 1 billion people save the world? Probably not. But OSCE of today is a very important network for 323 parliamentarians from 57 member countries, including 6 members from the Danish parliament. We work together to build and consolidate democratic institutions, helping governments become more transparent, and that good governance and respect for minorities and small numbers are important in a democracy. We try to strengthen the freedom of expression, the freedom of the press, and safety for journalists, to name a few examples. Together with international media support, who is a part of the consortium behind the new Democracy Fund, we have cooperated on capacity building conferences for media watchdogs to strengthen their knowledge on gender disinformation. We try to make educational programs when and wherever it is needed, but the OSCE is a consensus organization, so everybody has to agree, and that makes things a bit more complicated. And yes, my friends, there are some times when I don't believe. When an OSCE member country imports immigrants and pushes the immigrants across the border into another OSCE country, or when a member of the OSCE builds a large military force right at the border to another OSCE country, it is difficult to believe. Or when a country changes their election law, so you have to be 25 to be elected, or you have to have some kind of level of education, mostly higher education, to be a candidate, or makes a system that makes it disqualifies female candidates. It is difficult to believe. But on a day like this, where we remember and celebrate one of those who risk everything, I'm a believer.
The second from
yes, I don't agree with everything that all my 323 colleagues are saying all the time, but I hope they take their membership of the OSCE as seriously as it should be, because not every country has a person like Andrei Sakharov that will risk it all. As parliamentarians, one must keep in mind that the rights of and the opportunities that we take for granted should be fought for by others like Andrei Sakharov, who was one of them who fought and who paid a high price for what we today take for granted. So, honored in his memory. Thank you.
Peter Juel Jensen, thank you very much. And now, last but not least in this session, before our panel discussion, I would like to give the floor to Arzu Gebula. And Arzu Gebula is a journalist from Azerbaijan, based in Turkey, she is. As a journalist and commentator, she has called for a peaceful solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and thereby she became a target of an online harassment campaign. She has been accused of betraying her country and not honoring the fallen soldiers in the war. Among many other things, the authorities took offense at her report on the presence of Syrian fighters on the side of the Azerbaijani armed forces. Today, Arzu lives in Turkey as an investigative journalist. But she has come here to share her story and present her work. Please welcome Arzu Gebula.
Thank you. I am going to echo Peter's comment and hope that you don't blame me for missing the coffee break, so bear with me. Well, thank you for the introduction. Being here, marking the Human Rights Day and the centenary of Andrei Sakharov today is meaningful in so many ways, both personally and professionally. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the floor to speak and share my experience on censorship and freedom of speech. Before putting my notes together, I went back to read the acceptance speech Sakharov wrote when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1975. It reminded me how far the civil society has come in terms of its struggle and its victories, and yet how similar the very basis of the struggle that existed almost 50 years ago is relevant today. What has changed is the extent and the scale of repression and violations. These violations have become more brazen, harsh, and violent. I started my journalism career in 2009, almost by accident. I was a blogger at a time when blogging platforms were hot, and I was writing of my observations and reflections from and on Azerbaijan, my home country. The more I traveled across the country, conversed with friends, and spent time talking to people at the markets, taxi drivers, my neighbors, the more apparent it became to me that in addition to countless untold stories of loss, despair, fear, there was an atmosphere of hope. That hope was what inspired me to keep writing, and the thrill of the ability to tell a story of Azerbaijan and its people. At the time, in addition to braving through the journalism path, I got myself involved in cross-border initiatives and peace-building programs between Armenians and Azerbaijanis. This is how I had my first ever collaboration with an Armenian journalist. We were both in Georgia as trainers for a project that brought together youth activists from Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. The training we were invited to was held in a town not far from an ethnically Azerbaijani village in Georgia. So together, we went to explore. We walked through the village roads, jumping over the puddles, occasionally striking up conversations with residents. Just when we were planning to return, we stumbled upon a house where a wedding preparation was in full swing. I remembered I had a presentation. Oops, not here. There we go. We were greeted by the family of the groom and the bride and other neighbors. We stayed for a while longer, talking to families and their friends and neighbors as they worked hard to get the wedding party ready. And as we thanked our generous hosts for their time, we received an invitation to come back and attend the wedding in the evening. So we drove back that night to the village and joined the celebrations. That was my first cross-border joint story that was published by the platform that both the Armenian journalists and I were writing for at the time. And this is just a screenshot from that story. Surely I was not the first Azerbaijani journalist to collaborate with a journalist from Armenia. What made our experience different was the timing. These were the years of booming social media platforms and the internet. At the time, many of the regional trainings I took part in focused on the power of the internet and the platforms as means to open new avenues for collaboration. And some ended up as successful standalone projects. My personal belief in peace and coexistence later led me to Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation, a non-governmental organization that was funded by an Azerbaijani and Armenian student pursuing their education in America at the time. The center practiced a methodology that was developed and polished over the years since its founding in 2007. At its core was a week-long dialogue retreat that took place on the neutral territory with the experienced facilitators and participants selected through an open call for applications. Its focus was and remains to be unique in that right from the start of the dialogue program, the participants would address the elephant in the room, namely the history of the conflict and the history of relations between the two countries. The facilitators believed that without addressing the history and the two sides understanding the narrative, coming face to face with each other's fears, concerns, needs, and hopes, it was impossible to work in present, let alone plan the future. I joined the center as a trainer first, then as a facilitator, and soon after as the co-director. We kept exploring opportunities to engage more people, not just youth. We started organizing thematic dialogue programs, inviting students, NGO representatives, historians, and finally journalists. In 2013, after a dialogue retreat with journalists from Armenia and Azerbaijan, I returned to Istanbul full of hope. During that retreat, we introduced the course on conflict-sensitive reporting, led by an international expert. So it was natural for me to accept the offer from the Turkish-Armenian newspaper called Agos, when I returned back to Istanbul, to join them as their Azerbaijan correspondent. I wanted to practice what I preached, and I believed it was the right way forward. But a year later, as Azerbaijan was going through its worst human rights crisis to date, with scores of opposition activists, journalists, and rights defenders locked up behind bars, a handful of Azerbaijanis living abroad were also targeted. I was one of them. I never saw myself as a dissident, nor did I even think that I would have to live in exile because of the work I did until then. April 2014 was the last time I was able to visit Azerbaijan. A month later, my name, my occupation, my family, all were turned into a spectacle. I was a traitor, a sellout. I was everything but a human with dignity. The premise of the argument around my treason was based on the work I did for Agos. How dare was I to work for an Armenian paper? The broader context was the government disregard of accountability. I was harassed on social media platforms. I was defamed in national press. I was scrutinized along with my family members on news. But the worst part was to watch how easy it was to destroy someone's reputation in a matter of days. Suddenly, I was the leading actor in a hate campaign that landed me in a place I never imagined myself to be. The brazenness of government mouthpiece soldiers even found me at international conferences. For some time, I would be mocked over and over for my lack of patriotism, for my misbehavior, and the honor of the country I was letting down. I was once even followed into an elevator at an international media conference by one of those so-called soldiers who simply wouldn't leave me alone after one of my presentations. It took me 2 years to collect myself to start fighting back. In 2016, I wrote my first story about who was behind those threats and intimidation. I am a journalist after all. Right from the start of the hate campaign, I began documenting everything. Articles, posts, tweets, messages. I had a folder, I still have, with countless screenshots, links. So once I was ready and had plenty of evidence to support the story, I pitched it to my editors at Open Democracy. 2 years later, after this article was published, I was featured among a group of other women journalists and experts in a documentary film on safety of women journalists online called A Dark Place. Ooh. No? Sorry. There we go. Our stories and stories of many other journalists told over the recent years became part of a struggle led by a number of international organizations. By sharing our stories, we hope that others who felt silenced, who felt intimidated, harassed, and threatened would see they were not alone and that there was help out there and that there was support out there if they needed. I didn't want other colleagues to feel the sense of hopelessness I felt in 2014. I didn't want them to feel alone, because they weren't. Now, almost 7 years after that first experience with harassment online and offline, I can safely say that once a traitor, no matter your achievements, your personal and professional ethics, you remain a traitor. Although the harassment did eventually subside, especially as the international community joined forces and issued statements and offered support, the worst was yet to come. The extent of harassment I experienced last year during the 44-day war between Azerbaijan and Armenia covering the war was ugly and brutal. Imagine waking up one morning to countless mentions, message requests on platforms that you normally use in your daily life to share your work and life updates. and that happening every day for 44 days. I thought I knew all about harassment and online hate campaigns, but I was wrong. Decades later, we may be fighting for the same things the likes of Sakharov fought in their time, but the scope and scale of our struggles have certainly reached all kinds of new levels and challenges. We now have armies of trolls and bot accounts, online intimidation, spyware technology, digital threats and attacks independent activists face, and where impunity has reached such a level that sometimes it feels this game will never end. I see this in Azerbaijan, I see this in Turkey where I live, and I see it across the world. It's tiring. I'm tired. The war last year altered the fabric of my social circle. I have severe ties with people I called friends. I've made new enemies. But here's the deal. We also have learned to survive. We are survivors. I mean, we're surviving or trying to at least this pandemic. And we are doing so by readapting, changing our perceptions, our awareness, our approach. And this is also the case in our line of work, as journalists, as rights defenders, as activists, as international civil society organizations and governments. We must do better because we have a mission to prove those who are trying to silence us that the struggle of Sakharov, Anna Politkovskaya, Jan Kuciak, Daphne, Pavel Sheremet, or Khashoggi, and countless others were not and are not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Asu Gebula for an interesting intervention and to all the others for, in this section for their interventions. And you will have an opportunity to elaborate on them now, because now we will proceed to the second panel debate. So I will ask Robert van der Noda and Maya and Alexei and Peter and Asu to join me up here, please, for a panel debate. And once again, I would like to remind the audience that your questions are most welcome, both from this conference hall, but also from the online audience. And while you think about your questions, I will allow myself to ask the first. You panelists have all focused on the challenges of media freedom in a modern digital context. But are we not presented with a dilemma here? Because it is obvious that the new digital media can be abused. At the same time, the internet has given ordinary citizens a voice to an extent never seen before in history, and that must be positive. So how can we avoid the spread of fake news and disinformation without limiting freedom of expression? Does anybody want to have a go?
I'll take a go. Well, I think we're forgetting one important point here, and that is bringing in social platforms, media platforms into this conversation. It can't not just be on the users. The responsibility is equally with the platforms. And when I say responsibility is equally with the platforms, I actually mean bringing in their policy people, their human rights teams, and have them look into the extent of the impact these platforms, these companies have in countries where they are so important for the freedom of expression, for activism. Because often they forget that there are plenty of countries where these platforms are used that are not necessarily economically viable for these companies. And so, they would lack language services. They would lack political contextual understanding of these countries. and kind of look the other way when this misinformation takes place on these platforms, or when there are trolls on these platforms, or where there are bots on these platforms. And so I think one of the biggest challenges, at least from my work, working with these companies and trying to raise awareness on the issues that we're seeing in Azerbaijan or in Turkey, is actually have this component, have this understanding that it's not just on the civil society using their platforms, but it's equally on the platforms' shoulders to accept the fact that, take into account that they are equally responsible and that there are certain steps that they need to take to prevent this from happening.
Okay, but for example, when Robert van der Noorder, you spoke about the need for a behavioral code on EU level, yeah?
Yeah.
That the EU should adopt new legislation. And you also mentioned anti-vaxxers, for example. But if you have to, but don't you fear that if you start to suppress discussions among anti-vaxxers, then it will have the opposite effect, that people will start to think there is really reason for being suspicious. The authorities are really suppressing my freedom of speech. Would you, Maya?
Yeah, I would like to, unless Robert, you would like to directly, then I can.
Okay. First of all, if it's coordinated campaigns, so there's some company behind it or some troll army, it's not freedom of speech. So, and that is something that even Twitter or Facebook recognize. They do have rules. The one exception which surprised me quite a lot is that the Dutch government, before we started with this project to monitor elections, they talked to all these social media platforms. And we published every investigation on the website and we put it on social media. The instant it was published, they deleted Troll Army or some group on Facebook where they were threatening Dutch politicians. This information has nothing to do with freedom of speech. These are people that are covert and really trying to push hatred and violence. And there is an end to freedom of speech. You can't be racist. You can't threaten people. I think it's very likely that we should cooperate more. I think it will be fine to cooperate with social media companies. The only thing that is in the way is that, based on my analysis, I think it's about half of the users on Twitter is troll or fake or whatever. So if they delete it, probably the value of the company is like goes down with half. So it's a stock company. That's what prevents them from deleting all these trolls. But I think it's fine to cooperate with these companies. I don't think you need to touch freedom of speech here.
Mm-hmm. But I'll give the word to you, Maya Masurkovic. I just want to complicate things a little, because of course we can agree that there is a difference between fake news and freedom of speech, or it should not be misused. But you know very well there are billions of posts every day. So who will have to select the fake news? Machines in India. So yeah, and they might actually cancel too much. So are you sure that it is so it is so easy to control the media without harming the freedom of speech?
It's a very long discussion, but I think it's possible. Yeah, but we can discuss this for another 3 hours, and we will still not be able to end this. But you can, without. I don't say that you should analyze it in India somewhere, but I mean, even Twitter at some point started putting messages under Trump's and other even Dutch politicians like this is fake, so sort of debunk, like watch out. And a famous case recently is that in Germany they threw Russia Today off YouTube because of all this anti-vax thing. I mean, it's very simple. Of course, there are cases where you have side effects of vaccines, but we don't die in 2 years and we don't change into lizards or Bill Gates' troll army or whatever. I mean, there it's really a violation of the truth, and you should do something about this. And I'm not saying that you should delete all of it, but there's definitely other ways to deal with this without silencing these people.
Mm-hmm. If I may, because I believe that the first step, if we really want to handle that, is to stop confusing freedom of speech and legislation over the internet. Because those are two totally different things. I mean, while we are sitting in here, we all look at each other, we know each other, and we know the borders. We know what we can say and what we can't say. The internet is the whole new world of the anonymous possibilities. And while you've been affected by the hate speech, those mostly were trolls or people that were hiding who they really are. So you very much, and we've been talking today so much about problems of depression and psychiatrists and so on. And very often, when we are affected also by pandemic, when we are not feeling powerful, we go to the internet and we blame shame someone. And that's the main problem. That's where we need to start to put the legislation. And I believe that it needs a big cooperation on the EU level, but I also believe that it should be much more than that and should be globally. European Union is already presenting different acts when they are touching disinformation. They are working with the platforms as well. And you're asking about the anti-vaxxers, if we should limit what they are saying. I mean, anti-vaxxers was supported by Russia. There are a bunch of research and evidences that Russia was supporting anti-vaccine narrative even before the pandemic.
But that doesn't mean that all anti-vaxxers were paid by Russia. Isn't that really the problem? That if you forbid discussion among anti-vaxxers.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we should forbid the discussion. I'm saying that we need to acknowledge this issue, and we never, while we're talking about the legislation, should talk about whether it's a legislation or it's the freedom of speech. That's not contrary. It is on the same plate. We can have a freedom of speech and the legislation. And I'm very much for the freedom, and I believe that we can't do it anymore without the legislation over the internet. Because we're going to have the attitudes change, we're going to have problems with the government's elections systems, with the threat of the over the elections, with more and more of the hate speech. And hate speech, what I've said, is ending up on the offline world with the assassination of people.
Would you like to add something to that?
Just a little bit. Can you hear me? Good. Actually, it is the internet who has given these people a voice. It is difficult for them to, have a voice in their own country because they're not allowed to have that point of view that they have represented here. So the internet is also a possibility for people, for small groups to have a voice that is suppressed by their government. So the internet is also a gift. I don't think, the solution is to ban the internet, because we can see in countries where that is possible, they are not democratic, they are not fair. The press don't have better working conditions there. So the aim must be to educate people to be critical. Whenever I read a message, I have to think, why has the author written this? Are they trying to seduce me in a different way? Are they trying to suppress some kind of other things? So we need to be better in educating our kids in the schools. And every time they read a message, they have to have their critical glasses on and see if it's right or wrong. And they need to question, what is the message here? Because the internet is also a way to giving a lot of people more freedom and making sure that a lot of people, they be more aware of that they have rights, that governments cannot suppress them. But that doesn't mean that governments or troll factories, they can suppress people, or they should be able to just do what they do. In order to stop that, we need organizations that are strong, organizations with the power like the European Union, to try to stop that. But it is difficult. It is difficult. But I think, the European Union are starting to take some steps in order to make sure that troll factories and states who are trying to make sure that we are going into the ditch and that they are stopped. I hope.
Alexei Kasluk, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. When I listen to the answers and to many times this word legislation, well, I like the idea to threaten social media with this opportunity, like this possibility to introduce legislation. But introducing legislation itself threatens me more. Because, the fact that different countries introduce different measures, like legislative measures, usually they fail to address the right issues. Well, and even if this legislation is good, Germany, when introducing these social media regulations, so they thought that's good. Maybe for Germany that's good, but today Kazakhstan claims that they need the same legislation to address those issues. And of course, we know exactly how those measures will work. Well, I don't know. I agree that we don't have to confuse these two matters, like internet regulations and all those, like controlling trolls factories and all those technical means of amplifying these marginal opinions and manipulating of public opinions, and divided from freedom of speech. But at the same time, we have to persuade social media to invest more in controlling this. And not about this. This is not about restrictions. This is more about transparency of how algorithms choose which topic to show you in your morning news feed. Because now we don't know. We see that those controversial opinions amplified because, it provokes discussion and it provokes views and engagement. But we need that social media, we need to threaten them that legislation will be introduced just for them to pay more attention to self-regulation. But legislation, as I said, threatens me more.
I think, Alexei, that it depends what kind of legislation, because I totally understand from where you're coming. I've been also working on Belarus disinformation side and what the government been doing there, right? And when the Polish government have said at the beginning of this year about the freedom of speech in the internet and trying to raise this issue as well as the legislation, that's a problem. But I'm not saying about having a council that's going to be deciding what is true or not. I'm more saying about putting the certain registration that, for example, you cannot have anonymity in the internet in a way as we are having it right now, right? That you are able to say or blame shaming or do the hate speech without any kind of possibility, right? That's building the problems. And then also, we are right now during one day getting as many information as our ancestors did their whole life. We are not able to really understand what is true or not. They are just getting to us, right? Like our brain is working in this way. So right now, for example, what Facebook have done on the COVID issues, that always when there is a COVID information, especially when it's working on our emotions, because that's how, for example, this information is working, is always very emotional. So we tend to think that it's true. So if there's gonna be legislation set that there need to be a proper link, for example, to fact-checking whether it's right or not, or just to stopping for you when you are digesting the social media. That's also the legislation.
And Facebook does have fact-checking branch that works with fact-checking platforms to actually do this kind of research and this kind of investigation.
That doesn't really work well, this fact-checking.
The
horror story of Facebook.
Small.
It is, and they've been pressed by the European Union on doing that before the European Parliament elections. That's how it started.
Exactly. And so when they come to the events that are for fact-checking journalists, organized by, I don't know, Pointer Institute. You know, they present this rosy picture that, oh, we work with all of you and we'll give you all the tools that you need, but in reality, that's not the case. But what I was trying to say, and I'll wrap it not to take more time, it's, you know, it's the question of legislation is, especially to the social media companies, I think it's not going to work in the sense that, you know, they're still going to get away, just like they're getting away with the mistakes that they're doing now, unless it explodes in their face. You know, think of Myanmar, think of Rohingya, think of all the plenty of other examples where they only acted after it did explode. It's the same with the whistleblowers who are now coming out of Facebook and drawing attention to a number of countries where they have identified trolling, where they've identified misinformation, but Facebook administration didn't take action. And the reason why they didn't take action was because these countries, these locations, were not a high priority for them. I don't know, think of Sophie Zhang and how she exposed a number of countries, including Azerbaijan, and how much later did Facebook respond. And they continue not to respond, even after they did respond, removing the first couple thousand of accounts. Right now, one of the biggest arguments we have with Facebook is to continue removing the fake accounts, but they won't unless another big news comes out of it. So anyway, my point was that, you know, the work with the social media platforms needs to be in this some kind of hybrid form where you bring in international organizations like Access Now or Article 19, or you bring in government actors, and you bring in the civil society that actually is affected by all of these social media platforms and the lack of their intervention, to come up with some kind of model that does work.
Mm-hmm. But maybe we do not disagree to the extent that that it sounds, because, Robert, your firm specializes in detecting hybrid warfare, for example. And I got the impression that you are actually able to, technologically, to distinguish between, ordinary citizens who just are ordinary anti-vaxxers, one could say, that acts on their own behalf, who are not organized. They simply care about health, and they think that they are better without the vaccines. And then government orchestrate a campaign that have the aim to influence and weaken other states.
Yeah,
Well,
so I don't touch the debate. We don't touch single accounts, but it doesn't matter whether they're anonymous or whether they have a real name. I don't touch that. But the moment that it goes to, and probably when you, I don't know, if I would take someone here, spend an hour looking at, it doesn't matter whether we go to VKontakte or Facebook, we will probably see a lot of propaganda, but you wouldn't even know it. So we dig it up, but we leave out all the, unless we've 100% proven that it's a network of accounts that is pushed and who's behind it often, that it's a coordinated attack, then we don't touch it. So I don't touch the guy on the corner who has doubts about this vaccine. We don't touch this debate, but I do think that especially these large campaigns, like this Oxford study showed, that's something that you really have to deal with. But there is a lot more. I mean, if you look at every citizen in a country has his own privacy. So you have this GDPR, but there is even a special chapter that in the case of a pandemic, you have a lot more freedom to do what you want. So you can actually address all this propaganda. I mean, one thing I did like about Facebook is the fact that if somebody posts something about COVID, then you have this this Dutch Institute for Health Diseases, etc. They just link to the official government site. Instead of, that might say something like it's doubtful whether this is true or whatever. That's already a good step to do. And you need to go out there and educate your people. But the moment nobody digs up these insane campaigns, that doesn't happen then. But still, aside from all these troll armies, it's still, without touching this debate, it's still interesting to show that people are out there pushing disinfo. And some of them are your citizens in your country.
Mm-hmm. And they are doing that because you also, asked about like when is the like a normal citizen speaking, but the question is like from where is he or she taking the information? Like we used to live in the world where there was like TV and newspapers, and there were like fact check and journalists, you know, really checked everything. Right now,
We still do.
we still do, but also you can find fake news or like the disinformation pieces in some of the newspapers, like not everywhere, but yeah, of course we do. But like that's not where most of the people are taking their information, and that's what I'm saying. If you have a person that is against the vaccine, the question is like from where his or her attitudes is coming from. And usually you're taking it from your friends, your family, because that's where the trust is, right? It's not that we're trusting any more authorities. All the trust levels on the authority level, politicians and so on, they are going down. And you more trust, you know, your friend. And then those attitudes are changed by the massive disinformation campaigns. And we are not having enough of the positive information around that. And if you look at the COVID situation at the beginning of the pandemic, we were all confused because we found each other in the state where we haven't been before. And there was no proper information to be found. So while we were disinformed, that's where the campaigns of the anti-vaccine or anti-COVID could come. And I think that we really need to sit down in the big group, and as Arzu has said, having like people coming from the very different experience fields, also having psychologists on board, and really sit down and see how to solve this issue in order to put the best way forward.
So is there a final question from, because I don't dare to cheat you for the next coffee break. You are very welcome. You will have the final question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Today is International Day of Human Rights, and I'm very honored to be here today. It's a very special day. And I'm interested about freedom of expression, and I agree with Sir Peter Jensen that those countries, excuse me, first I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Andrei Sakharov. I'm a president of Khmer National Liberation Front, the fight for democracy in Cambodia. In Cambodia is the country that is human rights abuse, that freedom of expression is very depressed in Cambodia. Civil society and media, especially for those who express their opinion, and so they are very depressed. So if, for example, like I am living in exile, if there is any regulation that on, for example, like, because I do the campaign online, Facebook, something like that, is there the effect to those who are not have the right to express their opinion in the country or not? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, was that a question for you?
I didn't hear a question. I heard a comment. Yes, I think, you know, I'm very impressed that you still, even though you have to consider your conditions in your country, in Cambodia, that you have the will to keep on fighting. In Denmark, we got our constitution that gave us rights. We got that in 1849, but it took many years to develop some kind of democracy that even uneducated and unskilled people, they had the feeling that they were living in a democracy. It takes a long time. And I hope the countries surrounding Cambodia are doing everything they can to push forward some kind of agenda that gives the people in Cambodia democratic rights, freedom of speech, but also accepts that you have your own free will to take your points of view. I can't see that other countries can do more, but still keep on pressuring Cambodia to promote democracy, but also to make sure that whenever they are making speeches within the UN or giving points of views in the UN, that the UN points some fingers back. Because the only thing that dictatorship that is not in Cambodia, is it? It is not democratic, but the only thing they respect is economical sanctions, but that also hurts the people within the country. So we need to find a smarter way to make sure that more countries respect the individual. It's a long journey, but it has started, and you are joining it. So I wish you all the best, and please let us know if we can do anything to help you. I don't know if it's answered, but yes, it's a common fact. Yes, good luck.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the panelists for sharing their perspectives. It was very interesting, and well, we wish you all the luck in your work, because the internet has become a battlefield of different opinions, and surely truth will be the first victim without defenders like you. But stay tuned. In 15 minutes, we return here. You won't miss the final panel debate, where some of the panelists will reflect on what made the most impressions on them during the day. Not necessarily positive impressions. They are freedom of speech to say. Maybe the bell will be mentioned. I don't know. We will meet again in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the final session of our 11th International Sakharov Conference. And I would like to invite up here Arzu Gebula, Vyacheslav Bakhmin, Robert van Waaren, and Maya Masurkovic. Because now, well, freedom of expression, the word is free, and we will ask the panelists to share with us what has made the biggest impression on them during the day, for good and for bad, to reflect on today. So who would like to start? What does you take with you from this conference?
Well, that it gets dark at 4 o'clock, probably even earlier. I think I cannot say it was the biggest takeaway, but it was one subject that I really appreciated that the conference focused on, and that was trauma and dealing with trauma and addressing how widespread it is, not just among journalist community, but in general among human rights defenders, political activists, political prisoners, and also the way it was presented. I really think the visuals that we watched today were very powerful in their message. You know, having a man talk about traumatic experience and how much it had an impact on his life, I think in the communities that we come from, in the countries that we come from, this is very unusual. So I think having that, I really thought that was a powerful message, and that would be my takeaway.
Thank you.
I think the impression depends on the person, because, of course, and its experience, his experience. So it may be different, people with different impression about this conference and different key points they get from all these sessions. For me personally, I agree with Arzu that the trauma problem and problem of how to deal with it and how to recognize that you are under this trauma impression and it's changed your life. It's very important and practical towards the hundreds and thousands of people who survived this dictatura, especially in Belarus. In Russia also. But in Russia, there is no notion of it. People don't even understand that they really have some harm of what had happened. They try to be independent and strong one. The stronger you, the more vulnerable you are, is this trauma, because you don't accept it for yourself. The second thing which really was interesting for me, it's about the media and what's all this discussion about disinformation campaign on this tolerating approach, because it's really the approach for future. Mm-hmm. I think in 5 years, we'll get much more information about it, because it's big data. Big data and the speed of working with this big data and giving the artificial intellect and its and results for scanning the all societies and getting some recommendation and results, it's very, very powerful instrument. And I think it's very interesting, and interesting also because this theoretical approach combines with real life cases and pictures, and that's mostly impressive. So that's my personal view and impression.
Yeah. And please, Maya.
Yeah, I think that for me, like the main takeaway that I'm taking is that today is the International Human Rights Day. And when we're thinking about it, we really like think about those rights and the rules and the legislation perhaps, but really behind this human world is actual person. And we've seen today some stories of people that are affected by what is happening. And we are thinking that we're talking about past and that Sakharov was dealing with the issues of the communism. And then there was a big step in 1989 where we really changed everything. And, you know, there was like a lot of talks about ending of the history, but the history never changed. And it always runs in the circles. And we can't forget what happened in the past because it's just repeating. Those are the same methods, the same techniques, but they are just getting more and more technically kind of, you know, easier to even run. So if you really want to recognize that it's happening again, and we all the time need to really fight for these human rights, fight for this freedom, and make sure that the society and those humans that are behind it are believing in the human rights and the values and in the vision of the future, that's where we're going to have a problem. But I'm optimistic because we are sitting in here. And I hope very much for the Sakharov hearings as well. And there's a lot of things that can be done, and we can really sit together and take these learnings from this conference and from all the research that has been made and discussions, and really make something for the future that will change it.
And what about you, Robert?
Well, my main takeaway just walked in. And it's not because his name is Robert. I mean, I've known Robert for, I think, 6-7 years now. 7 years. And every time when I see him, he gets onto a somewhat higher level. And I think it's absolutely amazing what he is managing to do, because he is, you know, he's a kind of pioneer. He is entering a world that we still are not able to fully touch and to understand the positive, but especially also the negative parts of this, you know, social media and the troll factories and everything behind. And what I very much agree with him is, we were just talking during the break, is COVID is of course a, you know, it's a pain in the neck, it's a trouble, it hampers a lot of things, but it's also a crisis that is an enormous opportunity, because finally governments start to understand how much this trolling and abuse of social media affects their policy and is actually very dangerous to democracy. And so they're finally starting to understand that they have to do something about this. And what Robert is doing is giving them exactly the tools that they need. Also with COVID, and that's another issue a little bit related to this, is what I very often miss in the discussions, and I see that governments, politicians are very fearful to hurt their electorate or the possibility of being re-elected, is that there is an issue between your personal freedom and your social responsibility. And all the time, especially anti-vaxxers are talking there, that it's my freedom, it's my freedom, it's my freedom, but you also have a social responsibility to your environment. And governments are very reluctant to point this out to their electorate, because it doesn't sound nice, right? But I think this is absolutely a key issue, your social responsibility. And Sakharov was a person who took the social responsibility, and for me, he is the prime example of a person who, in spite of everything that he had to suffer because of that, took that responsibility. And he also showed that we all can have a role to play. I mean, you don't have to be a hero, you don't have to be exceptional to take a little step or to open your mouth or to stand for your ideas in order to contribute to that what is so dear to all of us, which is freedom. And if we don't do that, then we just lose it. It's very easy to lose it. It's very difficult to gain.
Yeah. I also got a question from the online audience. What are the main obstacles that you encounter in your daily life, in your work to improve the human rights situation? Yeah, the main obstacles. Of course, you encounter plenty of obstacles, but what would be the first thing that you would think of if somebody said, you can, I can fulfill a wish for you? If you had one wish, what would you wish for?
It's easy for me. Resolve all the human rights issues in the world.
No, based on daily...
On the work for the civil society organization, it's money. And
money.
Really, I mean, like a few years ago, like when I was working in business, I thought it's not a problem. When I entered the civil society world, that's where we really get the burnout. We work hours, we want to change things, we want to bring the civic tech and really engage as well in the world of social media and research and all the things in there. And it's a problem and a challenge to really find the money that will be equally helping us as, for example, the people that we kind of like, that they're violating the human rights or they're violating the freedom of speech or... So in order to work.
For me, the most essential obstacle is indifference. People just don't care and they don't realize that by not caring, they endanger their own freedom. And it's very interesting, you know, I lived a large part of my life in Holland. Now for 20 years I'm living in Lithuania. In Holland, young generations, for them the Second World War is like, it's beyond grandpa. So it's almost like Napoleon. And so the idea that you actually have to do something, that you can lose your life fighting for freedom is something which is so distant. But I see in Lithuania there is also now already a generation starting that for them, they don't feel under their skin totalitarianism. It's their grandparents who, you know, felt it. Their parents are never talking about it. And so they grow up almost already starting this sense of indifference. They want a good life, they want to have money, they want to, you know, travel around, etc., etc. But hey, you need to do something for it as well in order to keep it. And that is, I think, one of the biggest obstacles.
But when you speak about indifference, do you mean in the countries where the state repression is taking place, or do you mean abroad?
I mean in the countries where there is freedom. Okay. I think in the countries where there is state repression, you know, especially in the region where we work, one element is still very strong and in some countries strengthened on a daily basis. It's Soviet fear. You know, the terror under Stalin has left a country feeling such a fear to do anything that might bring back repression that was in the past, that you stay away from it. And this is what the authorities are counting on, that, you know, you just only need to raise your finger and people are already silent. It's not indifference, it's fear.
Okay, but I mean, here in Denmark, for example, we have followed, and I mean, really, the whole population has followed the situation, the popular revolt in Belarus thoroughly. Everybody is really impressed by the courage. But it's difficult to know how to help. I mean, if you are busy and cannot invest a lot of time in it, you want to do something, you want to support, but...
Then help buy it with money.
Exactly. Okay, that's a problem. I mean, it's the resources that we lack. And then people are indifferent because they don't feel that's really touching them, first of all. And then they cannot get involved because they have families that they need to, you know, help and rise, and they have their own life.
One of the questions is what the reason of indifference. There are many reasons could be, and one of them is paternalism, which grown up for the decades that you are dependent on power, on government, and you needn't to do anything because they know better what to do, and they will do for you everything. And it's every year it's strengthening by the power itself, because for them it's good, it's useful. Another reason of indifference could be as in Belarus, when they tried to do something and then saw that power is much more stronger and you don't believe that you can change anything. You just don't believe. And the third maybe reason is that you don't feel responsible for your environment, starting from your court, your house, your village, and so on. And this responsibility can be grown up if you work targetedly on it. And we are doing, I think that in Russia personally, it's the best way to change something, to make people be citizens, responsible at least for your family and for what is around you going on. And this is a long way, but it's only way just because it gives some stable results. And even if it's not political responsibility, but responsibility absolutely for everyday life, it's the first step towards another world. And I think it's very important. And one more thing, what scares me, we talked a lot about the information, and so that the problem of fake news, disinformation, and COVID dissidents and so on is the reason that they have no enough reliable information. I think it's wrong. It's not the problem of information. It's a problem of biased minds. The people already don't believe any information at all. If you give him thousands of examples, they don't see it, absolutely. I personally believe that Russia will change, Soviet Union will change when the Archipelago Gulag will be published. Because it's enormous file of information about Stalinism. And now we have growing number of people supporting Stalin. So information, maybe it's necessary, but certainly not enough. And that is, we can think over, I think. It's a very important thing about the role of information. I think we need much more critical thinking, which is much more difficult to develop.
Good luck.
but couldn't you say that you also, it's not enough information, because if it's all bad news, then you would maybe rather prefer a good lie than a bad truth. Well, I know, Maya, you, for example, you want to replace negative campaigning with positive communication to give people, induce hope. Is that the reason why that you think we need a constructive, something positive to tell about the West and about the institution of the Western world in order to make people adhere to them?
Yeah, it's not replacement. It's about understanding that this kind of communication is important, because what is happening in the social media with the amount of disinformation that we are having there is the change of the attitudes of people. And then if we are not putting enough of the positive campaigns, we can't, in the future, think of changing the attitudes as well. In the political communication, you always have, and there's any given topic, you always have like 20% of each of the sides, and then you have this movable middle of 60%. And if only in the social media you see, or the social media, I'm saying social media because that's the most impactful tool right now, that really people are gathering the information. So if you only see this one part, then people from the movable middle will go into this side. So we need to give this positive information. And coming back to the European Union issues in Poland, when we did the social listening of the internet in Poland back in 2018, as I said, there's almost over 80% of Poles that are supporting the European Union. When we did the social listening, 80% of the comments were negative. So you see, like, it's easier to engage when you have something negative or fake to say. So we need to give this louder voice to the positive campaigns. And that's why it's important, because like fighting with disinformation is not fact-checking. It's not only fact-checking. It's not only like talking about those fake news, because also with that, you can even give more power to those disinformation issues. You really need to bring these positive campaigns in there and show people that there is a difference.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to
about the obstacles to the human rights? I think the main one that comes to mind is burnout. Burnout on all ends. Burnout on the end from the civil society perspective. Burnout from the end of people providing assistance, emergency relocation, emergency assistance and whatnot. And within that burnout, feeling taken for granted. Because there is, you know, when this continues, when you work on these issues for a long time, an expectation starts to form. From the point of view from civil society actors, you think, well, the international organizations are there to support me no matter what. So they are expected to provide whatever assistance I request, and sometimes it could be slightly obnoxious. And from the perspective from the international organizations, I feel like, you know, there is the fact that they are being taken for granted also creates an additional strain on their work. So, a more sort of, once again, something that I've experienced myself, working with international platforms and trying to help actors. And also it's like a stark reminder when something like Afghanistan happens and Kabul falls and you have to really relocate all of your resource and all of your knowledge to, you know, emergency relocation or providing immediate assistance to the families that are being relocated. You are just reminded of how different some contexts are where, you know, where you're used to this kind of work and then when all of a sudden there's a crisis and it's the middle of the night where you are, but, you know, people need to leave and you have to help them. So burnout and, exhaustion.
Yeah, but you say that international pressure helps to a certain extent and that it also helped you. But you get this sense in these years that the West is weakening, for example, and that when the West reproaches guys like Putin and Erdogan, it actually have sometimes the opposite effect, that they take pride in proving, okay, you demand that from us, then we will, we will behave even worse to teach you a lesson. So should we, do you still think, or that's a question for the whole panelists, that Western pressure on authoritarian state has a function?
Of course it does.
It's not detrimental, it has not, no?
No, I think, well, it shows two things. Well, first of all, it shows that you are not indifferent and that you don't believe in this whole notion of what the Soviets were also always saying, what the Chinese saying, it's interference in internal affairs. You are citizens of a global world, and if somebody lives in another country, it is still your, you know, brother, sister. So you have a right, you have a duty to speak out. And secondly, I think what is happening in Belarus and Russia only shows that the system is, you know, it shows its weakness. It's not able in another way anymore to keep the country under control than using the most perverse types of oppression. So in that sense, it's a good sign. It's horrible to see what is happening, but it also gives hope that there is an end to this tunnel, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
I mean, of course it does. I also agree. But I feel that it also needs to be upgraded, like a new software. Because the pressure, you know, when it comes to statements, as you said it yourself, certain leaders don't really take it seriously anymore because there have been so many statements made or so many different resolutions adopted that they kind of get away with it. And the reason why they do get away with it is because really nothing happens in the aftermath, right? It's one thing to make a statement and then nothing happens. And so they also get used to this, right? So while I do agree and believe that that pressure needs to continue, I also believe that it needs to be upgraded. We need to change the modus operandi, because I feel like we kind of are stuck in, the way we used to respond 20 years ago, and we don't take into account surveillance technology, we don't take into account Pegasus, we don't take into account, NSO group and all these different forms of influence or pressure that is being used. So we need an upgrade, really. That's my answer.
And if we're coming back to the disinformation as well, talking about the pressure, international pressure, the EU Stratcom, that is the institution of the European Union, has made several research showing that Russia is working to destabilize foreign societies, Western societies. So we are, again, and what we've seen as well in the discussion of Putin and Biden, or lack of discussion of Putin and Biden that happened in Switzerland, we are again in the sort of silent war. So we need to pressure, because otherwise we're going to be pressured as well. And what we see on the Polish-Belarusian border, the refugees and migrants that are there are not coming from nowhere. And we've seen already back in 2015 or back in 2016 that, and I'm sure that Putin knows it very well, and also Erdogan knows it very well, topic of the refugees is working very well on the fear. And the fear is the main emotion. So yeah, there is no other way than for us as the European Union, United States, and every other democratic nation to be united and put more on the pressure and really show what is our vision and what we stand for.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The 11th International Sakharov Conference is coming to an end, and I think that the message from you was that we need to defend human rights. It sounds like a cliche, but it's certainly not a cliche doing it. You are all proof of that. And I'm grateful that people like you are prepared to do it. As for the conference, I think I speak for everyone in this room and hopefully also online when I say that it has been a truly inspiring and informative conference. First and foremost, a warm thank you to all the speakers present here today for sharing your insight and experiences. And I think we should all get up, not the speakers, but the rest of us, to give them a big round of applause.
No, I think...
No. And for the final remarks, I hereby invite Camilla Mordhorst as the chairman of the New Democracy Fund to the podium.
Thank you.
But there is a small surprise for you, Camilla, because actually I would like to invite another star, Sachina Yankelivis.
Loud enough for everyone to hear, because I don't have hands for my, well, I don't have enough hands. I want to say the gratitude that I have dismissed at the beginning of my remarks earlier today to save time. I want to use this one moment now to say thank you very much, Danish Culture Institute and New Democracy Fund, and thank my colleague Robert van Waaren, who I was happy to collaborate with these two distinctive institutions, in putting this conference together. It was a pleasure working with you, and I thank you very much for this very, I think, impressive event. My gift to you is the booklet that was put together in 2010 by the then on the initiative of Human Rights Commissioner of the Council of Europe, Thomas Hammarberg, who approached my mother almost a year before she died and received the permission to publish this volume, which is called Andrei Sakharov and Human Rights, under the auspices of Council of Europe. And it contains a memoir in tribute to Sakharov of people, many of whom have already left this world, unfortunately. Sergei Kovalyov, Valentin Turchin, Valery Chilidze, Yuri Orlov, Václav Havel, and Thomas, is he still living? Thomas Hammarberg? He is? Great. Well, so I will present this to you, and perhaps it can at some point even be digitized and become available to everyone online, including the audience of online audience of today.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sachina, and a deep and heartfelt thank to the Andrei Sakharov Center for Democratic Development once again for helping us planning this conference and for your commitment for all of us. I think you are a leading star for many of us co-defenders of human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this concludes the 11th International Sakharov Conference. But before we finally conclude, please give a warm round of applause to our moderator, Annelie Bach. Thank you for the guiding through the conference and the program today. And again, a warm thanks to the speakers with us today. I was deeply impressed, not just because of your deep knowledge and your worth fight for the subject, but also because you have these personal stories to bring in. It is really, it makes it concrete, it makes it more, you have the feeling that we are all humans in this, and that is why it is so important to keep on the fight for the human rights. I would also like to thank you, the audience, both you in the room and on behind the screens, for being with us today. Thank you for sharing your questions and participate in the dialogue. And finally, I would like again to thank you, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Visiting Foundation, for supporting us at the New Democracy Fund. So thank you for today, thank you for being here, and keep on.